And so when I say Chinese, I want you to scream out the nation that's associated with this. For example, if I say Chinese, you're going to say what?
China.
All right, let's say it with authority. When I say Chinese, you say what? China. All right, that's just a test right there. So here we go. Chinese.
China.
Russian.
Russia.
Italian.
Italy.
German.
Germany.
Swedish.
Sweden.
Korean.
Korea.
Egyptian.
Egypt.
Nigerian.
Nigeria.
Black.
Exactly. Nothing. Tell him, Pastor. Tell him, Pastor. Black, nothing. Yes.
I hope you were able to successfully identify the issue.
The same people that have stripped us of our identity and labeled us as a color have told us what it means to be black.
There's only one true ethnic Jew, the Mizrahi Jew, because they are Africans, and if you read the original Bible written in Phoenician Hebrew, they're not. Jewish people are not Europeans. The modern Jews in Israel are Russians or Khazars to be precise, from Russia. I learned it from my grandfather that because he was an Ashkenazi Jew.
The same people that have stripped us of our identity and labeled us as a color have told us what it means to be black.
The white man is enacting a story all over the world. We left our homes and flooded the world. We smothered culture. We smothered knowledge. We erased history and rewrote it our way. Myself, my grandfather is 100% Ashkenazi Jewish. Claiming to be Jewish, Ashkenazi Jewish is just a conspiracy. White men claiming to be of tribes of Israel when I'm Germanic. You know, I have no ties to Israel, no ties to Judaism. You know, except loosely written history that's been whitewashed over for centuries. And, you know,
from the Renaissance.
Oh yeah, right. You wipe everything clean. It's funny how exactly the Renaissance. It's this rebirth, but it's white rebirth. I think at the same exact time the Renaissance is happening, Columbus is sailing to America and committing genocide.
The same people that have stripped us of our identity and labeled us as a color have told us what it means to be black.
Milamed, it teaches us that Adam not only named the animals, but he dated all the animals. But he was not able to be at peace with any of them until finally Chava was created.
Hashem didn't have a problem with that?
I mean, dated means, I'm trying to use a nice word.
What does dated means? What do you mean by dated?
Dated means he took her out to Pisgah.
Dated.
They went out to the Chosan. They had a little, Monte.
Relationship?
No,
not relationship, just let's keep it rated PG.
we're going to keep it rated PG for the G for grandmas. For this, for this discussion. But that's what he did. It says he went out with the animals, you know?
The same people that have stripped us of our identity and labeled us as a color have told us what it means to be black.
The 10 Sephirot. One popular interpretation shows these characteristics as a map of God's body. Kabbalists believe that if they can understand God's anatomy, they can learn how his powers work. These ancient drawings reveal that God's body is similar to humans. The top symbolizes God's head, which is the source of will, wisdom, and understanding. Below that are symmetrically arranged organs and limbs, representing love, power, beauty, eternity, and splendor. The most unusual part of the diagram contains sensual imagery. The ninth part of God, called the foundation, is the phallus, or procreative life force of the universe. But according to the Sephirot, God also has female components. The final element, often called Shekinah, was depicted as the feminine half of God.
The same people that have stripped us of our identity and labeled us as a color have told us what it means to be black.
This is how the Zohar interprets the opening words of Genesis. The Hebrew is Bereshit bara Elohim, which we usually translate, in the beginning, God created. But the Zohar insists on reading the words in the precise order in which they appear in Hebrew. Bereshit, in the beginning, bara, it created, Elohim, God. In the beginning, it created God. The Zohar takes that to mean, in the beginning, infinity created God. Now, what could that possibly mean? God is now the object of the verse, not the subject, which sounds impossible or heretical, but the Zohar, I think, is saying that infinity is the true reality of God. Anything else that we call God is puny compared to that. That's our own imagination or our own estimate of what God could be.
The same people that have stripped us of our identity and labeled us as a color have told us what it means to be black.
We would not know how to live on the Sabbath if it were not for the oral law. We would not know what the laws of the dietary laws of kashrut are if it were not for the oral law. We would not know what the tefillin, what the boxes on our arms and heads that we wear every morning in our prayer service, what they're supposed to be. And in fact, all of Judaism would be completely mysterious, would be voodoo, if it were not for the oral law.
The same people that have stripped us of our identity and labeled us as a color have told us what it means to be black.
נחשף ביערות בורקינה פאסו של קניבלים נטו נטו. שלום למנהיג השבט קזבובו.
שלום עליכם. אברהם יצחק יעקב, יודע עברית, שולחן, חשבונית, קובי פרץ, מותחלס, יבוטאו.
מר קזבובו, כולנו כאן בישראל מופתעים ונרגשים נוכח האפשרות שתעלו ארצה.
קזבובו שמח, 2000 שנות גלות נגמר, רואים אור בקצה של מנהרה.
אתם בטוחים שאתם יהודים?
התחלנו על חנן. אם הוא שחור הוא לא יהודי?
לא בגלל שהוא שחור, הוא...
מה הוא מה?
קניבל.
ומי אתה שתגיד לו מה לאכול, אה? אם הוא קניבל הוא לא יהודי?
אולי תבוא, תעשה אצלנו שבת?
זה לא שיש לי משהו אישי נגדכם, אבל הפלשמורה למשל תקועים.
להתחיל לאסוף את המסתננים, לא צריך לחכות לבג"ץ, לא צריך שום דבר. אני רואה חיה
מחוץ לבית שלי. יריקות, פסיכופטים, אנשים שרק מחפשים איך לרצוח אותי בעיניים שלהם. אבל אף אחד לא מאמין לנו. אנחנו גזענים. אנחנו גזענים כדי לרצות לשמור על החיים שלנו ועל השפיות שלנו. אז אני גאה בלהיות גזענית. אני גאה בלהיות גזענית. אם אני גזענית בשביל לשמור על החיים שלי, אז אני גאה.
לכי את והוא! תלכי מפה! תלכי! את נשואה עם קוצ'י, לכי! לא מתביישת!
The same people that have stripped us of our identity and labeled us as a color have told us what it means to be black.
I'm so glad you're here because you can bring great clarity. Can you tell us a little bit about the Sephardic Jews and how they were scattered because they went west?
I sure can.
Because the reason why I want to is because a lot of them, and a lot of people don't know this, are in the Caribbean.
They are.
In the islands.
And you're one of them. I know that.
I'm one of them.
I know that.
Because, you know, a lot of folk don't know that those roots are there. One of the first batches of slaves that came to Jamaica, they were the Sephardic Jews. It's documented.
And they're all over the Caribbean, South America, Central America, and even the South Central United States.
Wow.
And DNA testing is a factor in all this now.
Genesis chapter 11 verse 10 explains the genealogy of Shem. Shem was a black man in Africa. If you repeat this fact, they can't laugh at you. If you repeat this fact, they can't laugh at you. If you repeat this fact, they can't laugh at
you. Want to say peace and blessings to everyone. My apologies for being late. And I was really trying to get this presentation done. Let me adjust my mic here. If you guys can hear me clearly, type 1. If you're having issues with hearing me, type 2. If you can hear me, type 1. All right. My apologies for the delay. If you can hear me, type 1. All right. Great, great. Family, we got a lot to cover tonight. Let me go ahead and stretch the screen out. We got a lot to cover tonight. We have a lot to cover tonight. And while I was in the process of putting this presentation together, you know, a couple of things just hit me as I was putting this presentation together. And it was like every time I got to the when I thought I was getting towards the end, you know, the Most High just shared a few things that I need to share, you know, because I'm very hesitant now of sharing, discussing prophecies, because there's a lot of people teaching prophecy. And I know when I was still in the church, I used to teach prophecy a lot, right? And Most High shared with me that in order to understand prophecy, right, we first have to understand the book of Genesis. We cannot talk about Revelation. We can't talk about the book of Zechariah and some of the prophets, the predictions, if you don't understand the book of Genesis. So the Most High had me do a commentary on Genesis. I literally wrote a commentary on the book of Genesis and really taught it to our assembly. And I tell you, family, what I'm going to share with you tonight, it's going to be a lot for some of you guys, but I really have to walk you through, because this is a lesson that I was teaching at our assembly here. Let me do something real quick before I get started. Let me do something real quick. Let me see. I was trying to look for something here. Let me see here. Let's see if this is it. Yeah, because it's been so much that I've been working on, and I just wanted to pull this link up because I didn't have time to add this into my presentation. Let me see here. Yeah, let me put this up here. But yeah, I tell you, it's so much that is going on that, I mean, family, it's a lot of witchcraft that is going on. So while we're doing this, I got a few things I need to do here that I want to make sure that I have inside this presentation. So if I sound like I'm delaying a little bit, or not that I'm delaying, but if I'm being preoccupied, I'm going to be teaching you guys, and at the same time I'm working on a presentation. So if you hear a little typing in the background, it's me actually doing two things at the same time. That is, in a nutshell, working on this presentation, right? Updating the slides as I cover this teaching here. So as I work my way up to the certain point, I want to at least have this lesson, at least these slides at this part of the lessons. A couple other things that I'm going to add to this presentation as we go along, taking the approach of this being kind of like a moving document, so to speak. So I'm going to be updating it as we go along, just so that way I can ensure that I have all the thoughts that I want to cover inside this presentation covered, because again, it's a lot to cover, family. It's a lot going on. And unfortunately, we just don't understand just how deep, as Neo from the Matrix would say, the rabbit hole goes. I mean, this rabbit hole is so deep with the witchcraft that we see around us. And so what I'm going to do is I'm going to kind of walk you through the lesson that I was teaching here, because I'm doing a whole series, a commentary in the book of Numbers. So I'm kind of writing it out as I go chapter by chapter, as I put together my commentary, because my goal is to put a few books out there. I'm working on several books right now, that I want to get out there among our people. So I want to make sure that I get this to you guys. So let's see here. So yeah, like I said, just trying to get this information out. So yeah, we got a lot to cover. We got a lot to unpack. And I really, in the church, because I grew up in the church, you hear the term witchcraft a lot. You hear witchcraft a lot. And I know we've been taught incorrectly when it comes to, prophecy. We've been taught incorrectly, and that's what I'm going to kind of touch on too. We've been taught incorrectly when it comes to the prophecies, especially being the people of the book. we were really taught incorrectly, because we've been taught to include the perpetrators on the same side of the good side of the prophecy right along with us. We've been taught that it doesn't matter, identifying who Israel is. We've been taught a number of different things that have literally was totally the opposite of what we thought it was. So this is where the Most High is really opening us up to really be able to see these things now clearly and warn our people. So this is what we're going to cover tonight, and I'm going to start off by taking you to the book of Numbers, just where we left off, and at our Bible study, because I'm also going to do this teaching at our Shabbat tomorrow. And I want to say this too: the reason why I haven't gone live in a couple of weeks with the Shabbat, because we have updated our equipment. Now we got to install it. So over the next couple of days, we'll be getting our cameras configured, because I just felt some kind of way utilizing the cell phone, to do our presentation, because the cell phone is cool, but it doesn't capture the fullness of the service. And it's a lot trying to adjust the phone. You just lose a lot of quality when it comes to using the cell phone versus using the cameras, because we have professional cameras. It's just that we didn't have a professional video board. And so to mix the two cameras together. So we'll have those two available for you guys. We'll have the professional setup available to you guys over the next week. And also those that have sent me emails, I'm going through my emails right now. I've been really behind because of working on the road to Savannah. So I really haven't had a chance to really go through the emails, and I'm like way behind. And so, and even some of you guys that I said I will call you, I didn't get a chance to call anyone. I haven't really been calling anyone because of all the things that are on my plate. And just want to make sure that I got certain information out for us. And I just really want to make sure too, I completed the road to Savannah. So, but let's go to get started, and I'll update the slide as we go on. I don't want to prolong this lesson because this is a lengthy lesson. So let's go and get started. And again, I appreciate the love and support. Hit the like, hit the subscribe button. And I want to really talk about attacks of divination. I really want to talk about calculated witchcraft. And I may have to break this up into a couple of sessions, because there is a calculated attack on Yah's people. And really, most of us really don't understand what witchcraft is. Many talk about witchcraft, but really don't have a clue about what witchcraft really is. Really don't have a clue about what witchcraft really is. And that's one of the things that I really want to cover, is really showing you guys what witchcraft really is. And we've been subjected to witchcraft and don't even truly understand it, because when we think of witchcraft, we thinking, what you see on cartoons, the Wicked Witch, big bump on her nose, the color of her is green, but we don't really understand the fullness of what witchcraft really is. Because if you're looking for a witch that's going to have a bump on your nose, or have a special accent, because some of the stereotypes, such as I wish that Jamaican lady Clea's, or whatever her name is, Cleo, or whatever her name is. When we start thinking that witchcraft is going to be along that line, someone sitting over a magic ball, a crystal ball with magic potions, stirring a witch's pot, and all that other stuff. When you start looking for that type of witchcraft, that right there will tell me that you have no clue about what witchcraft is. If you're looking for people to be possessed, like when we start dealing with demonic possessions, and the first thing comes to your mind is what you see on what's that movie, The Exorcist. That tells me that you really don't understand what possession or demonic possession is, because that's not how someone's going to look when it comes to being possessed by Hasatan, right? That person could look just like any old Joe Blow. That person could look just like the most peaceful person in the world. They're not going to have grain coming out of their mouth. Their head is not going to spin around 12 times. They're not going to do any of those things. That's television. And I believe that part of the problem is that many of us have been dumbed down to understanding what demonic stuff is. It's more to it than what we can ever imagine. And so we as a people, especially according to the laws, statutes, and commandments, we've been subjected to a lot of demonic attacks, right? Paul said we wrestle not with flesh and blood, right? But spiritual wickedness in high places. We're dealing with witchcraft, right? And if you saw the movie that we released called Road to Savannah, I hope and pray that you guys enjoyed it. We're going to launch it on We Woke now in another week. And so be on the lookout for it. We have some direct. We're releasing the director's cut. Going to have some additional clips in it, some bonus material in it. But when you watch it, you understand the slice of the devil's pie. Those who don't understand what the slice of the devil's pie, watch The Road to Savannah. Watch The Breadcrumbs Part 2. You'll see exactly what it means. And we're up under that type of divination in the day and time we live in. So attacks of divination, calculated witchcraft. So let's go ahead and get into this lesson here, starting with what does the Bible say about the tongue? And I'm just going to go right through this lesson, a lot to cover. But what does the Bible say about the tongue? Notice what it says. The 39th book of Psalms, verse 1, it says this. I said, I will take heed. In other words, shamar, right? This is backwards here. This is backwards. Apologize for the error, but it's shamar, right? Take heed. In this portion, right? We're not dealing with shamai, which means to hearken, to listen. When we deal with shamar, right, that means to execute, keep, execute. I will execute to my ways that I sin not with my tongue. Lashawan, I will keep my mouth pie with a bridle, makas wam, or makasawam, right? While the wicked is before me. Again, it says, I will take heed. In other words, I will execute to my ways. Darak, right? Comes from the primitive root word arak, ways, order, manner, that I sin not with my tongue. I will keep my mouth with a bridle while the wicked is before me. So like all leaders, David faced opposition, right? Because he was Yahweh's anointed king for his chosen nation. Those who chose David opposed Yahweh. For this reason, David justly declared that they were wicked. Additionally, some of the wicked committed vicious, ungodly deeds against him. These evildoers watched David as he suffered. David was a man of Yah. They knew this. And as the Psalms reveal and considered to be a very emotional man, he was, David was very emotional. He's very sensitive to certain things, right? Nothing wrong with being emotional as contrary to what we are being taught today, men. Every last one of us are emotional people. We all have feelings. We all have things that's going to trigger certain responses. There are things that you have passions about. So we all are emotional beings, right? Every day you tap into something emotional that's emotional to you. So again, David was considered to be a very emotional man, overflowing with passion for Yahweh. He publicly exhibited his love for Yahweh before everyone. If he uttered a single word of complaint against Yahweh, guess what? The wicked would pounce on it. That's why, family, you have to be careful how you speak and how you say things, especially when you're dealing with certain situations, right? Because people, especially those that are within the church, those that are, contending for their poor understanding of the text, those that are contending for the agenda of the Pope, contending for the agenda of the Roman Catholic Church, contending for that faith, not the faith of the Hebrew Israelite Messiah of the text. Right now, they are waiting They're waiting for you to utter a single word that they can pounce on that goes against the scriptures, their understanding of the text. So we have to be careful. That's why we can't get caught up in a lot of these bickering going back and forth. That's why I have made that post. You know what? I don't take sides. I'm not taking any sides. Guess what? I only choose the way. I am a follower of the way. I'm not taking any sides. I'm not picking a side. See, that's flesh. That's man flesh. Wants you to choose and pick a side. No, I'm not falling into that indefinite article trick, right? In other words, that indefinite article, that vague, that ambiguity statement, a side. No, I follow the way of the Messiah by way of the Most High. I am a follower of the way. I'm not a Catholic. I'm not a Christian. I'm not any of that. I am a follower of the way. So if he uttered a single word of complaint against Yahweh, the wicked would pounce on it and declare his faith to be false. So let's go to the Hebrew definition of the word tongue. Let's see what it means here. And again, Shabbat, Shalom, and some of you guys would say Shabbat Shalom, but Shabbat Shalom. Want to say, hope is all well with you, family. So again, let's get into it. So Lashon, right, or Lashawan, that's the ancient word right here, comes from the primitive root word, which is Lashan, right? So it means the tongue, the instrumental of licking, eating, but the key is speech. That's what we really want to focus on, the instrument of speech. So the Hebrew primitive root word of tongue, let's see what it says here. As I pointed out, Lashan, that is the primitive root word. It means to lick, to wag the tongue, but the key is slander, the use of the tongue. That's the key. That is the key that we want to hold on to, Lashan, right? And it's interesting, that very first letter, Lamad, means disciple, right? Numerical value is 30. Right, based upon your tongue, will determine whether or not you are a follower of the Most High, a follower of the Messiah, and if you are filled with the Holy Spirit, based upon how you use your tongue. That Hebrew letter, Lamad, means disciple. Numerical value is 30. So slander. All right. So the tongue is the forbidden fruit. Let me say this again for those of you guys that may not be aware of it and haven't watched some of my older videos, right? I shared and revealed that the tongue is the forbidden fruit. It's not an apple. It's not an orange. It's not a peach. It's none of that. It's not a pear. The tongue is the forbidden fruit. That's the fruit that the Most High warned Adam and Eve, to warn them about indulging in conversations that they are clearly not ready for. That is the forbidden fruit, family. So Eve ate of a conversation that she wasn't ready for, right? So Proverbs 18, verse 21 confirms what the forbidden fruit is. Notice what it says here. Death and life are in the power of the tongue, and they that love it shall eat the fruit thereof. Death, mawath, and life, kayam, or Israeli kayim, but life, kayam. You see the masculine plural, right? And if you want to sustain this life, you have to continuously speak the things of the Most High, are in the power, yad, right? Yad, yada, yad, right? Salvation. Numerical value is 10. Redemption, outstretched arms are in the power of the tongue, Lashawan, for, and they that love, right? They that love, ahab, it shall eat the fruit thereof. So that is the forbidden fruit. Conversations, you can have conversations that can benefit you, that can be very prosperous, that can be very, again, as I said, very beneficial, that can help encourage you. But then you can have discussions and conversations that can be the death of your spirit, the death of your hope, the death of your lifeline. So again, death and life are in the power of the tongue, and they that love it shall eat the fruit thereof. So there is an unforeseen war going on behind the events of this world. Let me say this again, and I hope you guys grab hold of it. There is an unseen warfare going on behind the events of this world. Let me say it one more time for the people in the back. I'm not going to say it in slow motion right now. There is an unseen warfare going on behind the events of the world right now. This warfare is conducted by the evil spirits of darkness, evil spirits who serve under a supreme power that is identified in the Holy Scriptures as Satan or the devil, Hashatan, right? Right? So many hidden wars that are going on. See, in deep malice and wrath against Yahweh, these evil forces try their best when possible to sabotage his plan for all his creation, starting with Israel. When I say the world, I'm not dealing with some generic stuff. I'm talking about starting with Israel. The Most High have a plan for all of mankind, starting with Israel. And these evil forces want to sabotage that plan. Evil spirits seek to cut the heart of Yahweh because of his judgment against their arrogance and rejection of him. Yeah, they rejected the Most High. A third of the angels rejected the Most High and got cast out. See, the way they seek to hurt Yahweh is by taking over the normal desires and the obsessive passions of men, using them to destroy people. In other words, he wants us to forfeit our benefits plan, our benefits package. Do you know the Most High have a package, a plan, a set plan for his people, an intended purpose for his people? But Hasatan want us to sabotage it by what? Denouncing the things of the Most High, operating in that Genesis 3:5 doctrine, trying to become the Most High versus being who the Most High called us to be. Want to remove the Most High out of everything so that way we can establish our own way of doing things, our own understanding of what righteousness is, holiness is. Aren't we seeing that right now? The spirit of lasciviousness. That's exactly what Hasatan tempted Eve with, to have a spirit of lasciviousness. Anything goes. So they use the passions that enslave people, passions such as greed, drugs, alcohol, gluttony, lust, cravings, vulgarity, profanity, pornography, immorality, abuse, killing, bestiality, right? These are the things that they use. So with that being said, let's get into Numbers chapter 22, verse 1. We got a lot to cover here, but this is going to help set up the foundation of where we're getting ready to go to, family. So Numbers chapter 22, verse 1. It says this: and the children of Israel set forth and pitched in the plains of Moab on this side of Jordan by Jericho, and Balak, right, the son of Zippor, saw all that Israel had done to the Amorites. And Moab was sore afraid of the people because they were many. And Moab was distressed because of the children of Israel. I want y'all to pay attention where we getting ready to go here. At long last, when we start understanding this point of history of the text that I just read, at long last, the Israelites had reached the plains of Moab and camped along the Jordan River right across from the great city of Jericho. From this vantage point, the promised land was in plain view, and Yahweh's people would soon lay claim to the inheritance he had promised us. He had promised them. So picture the excitement that is going on among the people as they sat around their campfires by night, the children playing, running, and dancing around, the adults sharing their joys and plans for the land they are soon to inherit and the homes they are going to build on that new territory. Excitement, joy, anticipation, this great expectation, all the hope and dreams of a people who had been freed from slavery and were about to return home were wrapped up in the moment of these days. But guess what? While they was excited to make this new transition, while they was excited witnessing the fulfillment of Yah's plan, his promise about giving them and really establishing their inheritance, because they had land, they had family, they had tongues, they had each other, but they did not have property. So the Most High is getting ready to give them that final pillar that's going to constitute that foundational pillar, so that way now they can truly be declared a nation. So, but behind the scene, y'all know how this goes, but behind the scene of great excitement and joy, another dramatic plot was being played out. Y'all better not get so caught up in being happy, joy, so excited what you see before you, because just as you see that you are happy about certain things, guess what? There are plots that are happening right now that you just don't see. That's why I hope and pray that when you guys are in your prayer, when you pray for the Most High to cover you and protect you of the things that you see and the things that you don't see. Ask him to protect you from those conversations that you're not privy to hearing. Ask him to dispatch the Holy Spirit to sabotage those things. You better put that out there in the atmosphere, family, because just as you may be going through a good spot in your life right now, there is some drama. There's some plots that's being played out behind the scene right now. And so the unseen, unknown power of darkness were scheming to destroy Yahweh's people. Now, when we go down a little further again, this is what we already covered, but notice when we get to verse 3 again, and Moab was sore afraid of the people because they were many, and Moab was distressed because of the children of Israel. Right? Moab, we're going to deal with Moab, but Moab sound like he's echoing the same thing that the Egyptians had a problem with the Israelites about. Because the Israelites, the more they suppressed them, the more Israel continued to grow. They even stated that, hey, we have to suppress them because we don't even want them to get in contact or have any type of connection with other nations outside of the Egyptians, because those other nations may tell them who they really are. Those nations may tell them how strong that they really are, and they can overtake them. See, we're dealing with that same problem right now. That's why the agenda is to keep us divided. Keep us divided no matter what. Even in this awakening, some of our brothers and sisters are falling right into that trap because of division is happening right now. So many want people to take a side and not follow the way. Come on, family. So many of our brothers and sisters are still majoring in the minors, still operating with a colonized mindset on how they approach Yah's people. Came out of the frying pan of the church of Christianity, of Catholicism, and jump right into the fire of every wind of doctrine that is coming and tossing them to or fro, jumping into Mormonism. I call them Mormon brews, jumping into all kinds of things. That's what's happening right now. So Moab was so afraid of the people because they were many, and Moab was distressed because of the children of Israel. And so the king Moab heard about Israel, that they were camped nearby in the plains of Moab. He heard about the military victories of Israel against the Amorites. In other words, these are a group of Canaanites, right? And the kingdom of Bashan. Right? You best believe people are hearing about this awakening. People are hearing about your victory. People know what's going on right now. They are hearing, and they have heard about how you are now gravitating. You know who you are. They heard about this, and there's a fear when they hear that you are honoring the law, statutes, and commandments. There's a fear when they hear that you are honoring the holy days and you're not bowing down to any of these man-made holidays. They are in fear that you know who you are, and that now through the Holy Spirit, right? Through the Holy Spirit, that you are making a declaration that you are not going back to that church. You are not going back into the bondage. You are not going back into these religious institutions. So they heard how the Most High pulled you out. They heard the Most High, how he delivered you from whatever dependencies you were dealing with, whether it was drugs, alcohol, whatever it may be. They heard about the victories that you have gotten since you've been awakened. And now, guess what? They are fearful right now. They are fearful. Why? Because you may affect someone else that is still inside there. They heard about the military victories of Israel against the Amorites in the kingdom of Bashan. This news struck fear in King Balak and his people. Do you know your change is striking fear of even your loved ones? That's why they're talking about you the way they talk about you. That's why your name keep coming up in the conversations, because guess what? They fear that others may grab hold of that fire that you have on the inside of you. They know that you are set on fire. The Hebrew word is awar, means to set on fire, means to illuminate. So they are afraid that you may set somebody else on fire, and before you know it, you have a line plane. You have a pilgrimage coming out of the church, going into the holy things of the Most High. That's what they're fearful about. So who are the Moabites, family? Who are the Moabites? And I'm going to help somebody else out. I'm going to help somebody out right now, because we need to start breaking these cycles. Who are the Moabites? Who are the Moabites? Let's deal with the Moabites. Genesis chapter 19, verse 30 through 38. This is who the Moabites is. We also want to deal with the Amorites, right? And Lot went out of Zohar and dwelt Yashab in the mountain Har, and his 2 daughters with him, for he feared to dwell Yashab, right? Yashab, which means to dwell. He feared to dwell Yashab in Zohar, and he dwelt Yashab in a cave, he and his 2 daughters. And the firstborn said unto the younger, our father is old. There is not a man in the earth to come in unto us after the manner, Darak, of all the earth. Come, let us make our father drink wine, and we shall lie with him, that we may preserve seed with our father. Family, if you understood what happened here, see, it's so much to unpack it, but we're not going to get into it all. The question you have to ask, number one, where did the alcohol come in? Where did the alcohol come into play? Right? This tells you when Lot was coming out of that metropolitan of Sodom and Gomorrah, man, if he was so busy having both hands on his wife, could he have prevented her from turning back? You know, he had his liquor in one hand and his wife in the other hand, right? He was so busy trying to get his liquor. Come on, family. Instead of having both hands on his wife, he was so busy to bring his liquor. Where did he get? What did the kids? They ain't not kids. Where did his daughters get the liquor from? Lot's decision was all over the place. The daughters didn't even look at him as father anymore. You know why? Because Lot threw them up under the bus. When those men came to the door, those homosexuals came to the door, those that was operating in the spirit of Belial, the sons of Belial, just like the story of in Judges chapter 18 and 19, the sons of Belial came knocking on the door, right? Came knocking on the door, said, hey, we want those men, those visitors that came up in here, send them out here so we can have our way with them. So guess what Lot decided to do? The very daughters that he's supposed to protect, he threw them up under the bus. Say, hey, have your way with our daughters. So no longer did they look at Lot as their protector. No longer did they look at Lot as their father. Lot had opened and planted seeds of discourse because he grabbed his liquor and all he could care about was him, saving face, but threw his own daughters up under the bus. Now we have a situation going on up in here. Now Lot is drunk, right? His daughters is, they said, come, let us make our father drink wine. So they knew that was a dependency of their father. See, Lot wasn't the person that many of you guys think he was. He was not righteous enough to keep the city intact. That's why the Most High kept asking, Abraham kept asking, hey, if this many are in there in the land, would you save the city? Man, the Most High said, look, even if there's one righteous person, I will save the city. Why did he give those numbers? Because Abraham is counting the men, the soldiers, the workers that went out there with Lot. So that tells you that Lot didn't have the influence that he had, because what? All of them left him. All of them that he led to this territory, now they left him. So Abraham took his soldiers, took his men to go out and rescue Lot before. Y'all know the book. Come on, I'm not trying to preach up in here. So they said, come, let our father drink wine, and we will lie with him, that we may preserve seed of our father. Right? The good intentions, right? That's the problem. Lot started off with good intentions, threw his daughters up under the bus with good intentions. Now the daughters is operating in good intentions. And so many of you guys are operating in good intentions, but it's good intentions that's going to lead you to a different path. It's the good intentions that's going to lead you to the road of destruction. That's why the scripture says there are ways that seem right. Those are good intentions. That is common sense, things that are common among the senses. So there is a way that seem right. There are ways that seem right, but guess what? That way is going to lead you to death. So good intentions, in their mind, they had good intentions. Lot's mind, he had good intentions. The Most High don't want us to operate in good intentions. He wants us to operate in his laws, statutes, and commandments, not opinions, not what we think, not what we feel, not what we want. Those 3 areas that we're tempted with. So they made their father drink wine that night, And the firstborn went in and lay with her father, and he perceived not when she lay down, nor when she arose. Operating in witchcraft. See, this is witchcraft that is happening right now. They seduced their own father, got him drunk, manipulated the situation. That is what witchcraft is. And it came to pass on the morrow that the firstborn said unto the younger, Behold, I lay yesternight with my father. Let us make him drink wine this night also, and go thou in and lie with him, that we may preserve seed of our father. Verse 35. And they made their father drink wine that night. Also, the younger arose and lay with them, and he perceived not when she lay down, nor when she arose. Thus were both the daughters of Lot with child by their father. Verse 37, and the firstborn bare a son and called his name Moab. Let me say that again. The firstborn bare a son and called his name Moab. The same is the father of the Moabites unto this day. Y'all stay away from those guys who call themselves the Moors. You know, that's practicing that circle 7 doctrine. Stay away from those guys, because guess what? They call themselves Moabites. They say that they are descendants of the Moabites. So we see that the Moabites are descendants of who? Incest, descendants of Lot and his daughters of inappropriate relationships, who was operating in witchcraft. So don't get caught up in that Moorish science, that Moorish nonsense. Why? Because they are pushing that sodomite doctrine. They are pushing perversions. Look it up. Y'all should know what this is. The firstborn bare a son and called his name Moab, right? These are the crazy cousins of Israel, Moab. They're Shemitic people. They are Shemitic people. They are Hamitic people. But they are not seeds of the promise. They are not seeds of Abraham. They are not seeds of Isaac. They are not seeds of Jacob. But they are Hebrew. They are Shemitic people. The firstborn bare a son and called his name Moab, the same as the father of the Moabites unto this day. And the younger, she also bare a son and called his name Ben-Ammi. The same is the father of the children of Ammon unto this day. So the biblical Moabites and the Ammonites are the seeds birthed from incest. Let me say that again. The Moabites and the Ammonites, they are the seeds that are birthed through incest. They are seeds of incest. So let's see what incest means. Let's go here. We're going to get into some deep stuff, family. Right now, I'm setting everything up right now. Right? Mamazar, right? The ancient pronunciation of this word, or mamzer, right? Mamzer, which means born of a Hebrew father. I don't like to use that word Jewish, of an Israelite father. Let me make it clearer. Born of a Israelite father and of a mother of a non-blood descendant, a non-blood Israelite mother, because actually I don't like to even use that word heathen. Is born of an Israelite father and of a mother of another nation that is not part of the bloodline of Israel. That's what it really means. Not some Jewish, because the word Jewish didn't exist back then. Jewish is not synonymous to Israel. Jewish, no matter how you want to put those words and play on those words, guess what? The word Jew is not the short form of Israel. I challenge anyone, or Judah. I challenge anyone. Show me a short form of Judah or Yahweh inside the scripture. The only short form you'll find, if you want to say there's a short form, you'll see Yah, because Yah is the short form of Yahweh. But you will not find a short form of Judah, Yahweh. If you do, it's going to be Yah. So guess what? Jew is not a short form of Israel. It's not a short form of Judah. That word Jew is a construct that was created for a particular agenda. I'm talking witchcraft. I'm going somewhere with this. So here, born of an Israelite father and of a mother of another nation, another group of people that are not blood descendants of Israel, right? And as you see here, entry number 1, bastard, child of incest, illegitimate child, right? See, part of the witchcraft, when we start understanding witchcraft that was put out there about our people, I hope y'all guys understand this, right? There's a lot of poor information through politics that have put labels on the single women within our community that had a child out of wedlock. They called them bastards. They called the child a bastard child, and that's not the biblical definition of that. That is politics. The Republicans and the Democrats roll with that nonsense of trying to call a single mother or a mother that had a baby out of wedlock, call that child a bastard child. That's not biblical. That's not what it's saying according to the text. As you see here, bastard, a child of incest, someone that's born, a child that's born of a mixed relationship of an Israelite father and a mother of another nation. That's what it says right here. I'm just quoting what it says here. So what is the law of incest? Let's deal with the law of incest. What is the nakedness of thy father? We going somewhere here. We dealing with witchcraft, calculated witchcraft. What is the nakedness of thy father? So far we saw that Lot and his daughters, right, they dealt with a calculated witchcraft. What is the nakedness of thy father? Let me answer this question. To answer this question, it's in Leviticus chapter 18, verse 6 through 8. And family, you have to change your approach when you study in Torah. You can't not study it from what you may be, what you may think in a chronological order, right? Just like when you're dealing with law, those that have studied law, when you're dealing with a particular court case, you go to the library and you look through court cases so that way you could get an understanding of how to approach that particular case that you're representing. Here, when you really want to understand the definition or the meaning of a particular law, that answer may be in another book. That's why they are referred to as the book of laws, the first 5 books, because you may find the answer. You may read something in Genesis, but the answer may lie in the book of Deuteronomy. You may read something in Deuteronomy, but the answer may lie in the book of Numbers. Because why? This is a one source. So again, in order for you to understand this particular passage and what I'm getting ready to share with you, guess what? It's going to knock down a lot of the foolishness. So Leviticus chapter 18, verse 6 through 7, let's see what it says, the law of incest. None of you shall approach to any that is near of kin to him to uncover the nakedness. I am Yahweh. Now notice verse 7, the nakedness of thy father or the nakedness of thy mother shalt thou not uncover. She is thy mother. Thou shalt not uncover her nakedness. Right? Notice what verse 8 says. The nakedness of thy father's wife shalt thou not uncover. It is thy father's nakedness. Let me make sure you pay attention to this. The nakedness of thy father's wife shalt thou not uncover. It is the father's nakedness. Right? So the nakedness of thy father is his wife. I'm going somewhere with this. The father's wife shalt thou not uncover. It is thy father's nakedness. So I'm going to show you here that this law existed prior to the birth of Abraham, prior to the birth of Isaac, prior to the birth of Jacob. This law was already in place. Let me prove it to you. Why did Noah curse Canaan? I'm going to mess up with some of you guys' theologies that you learned in the Christian church. Why did Noah curse Canaan? I'm going to give you the answer. Because Ham, his father saw the nakedness of his grandmother, his grandfather's wife, which is the nakedness, which is the grandfather's nakedness. In other words, what happened here? What did I just say here? Let's go back. Let's go to Genesis chapter 9, verse 22 and 23. Let's confirm this because I gave you the answer what it is. Ham, the father of Canaan, saw the nakedness of his father and told his 2 brethren without. So in a nutshell, Canaan, right, is the product, right? He's the result of an incestual relationship. Ham saw the nakedness of his father. In other words, an inappropriate relationship with his mother, incest. This is why when you read here, and Shem and Japheth took a garment and laid it upon both their shoulders and went backward and covered the nakedness of their father, which is their mother, and their faces were backward, and they saw not their father's nakedness, which is their mother. And here's the penalty. Right? Here's the penalty of what Ham had done. And Noah awoke from his wine and knew what his younger son had done to him. He knew that his son had an inappropriate relationship with his mother. And he said, Noah said, not the Most High said, Noah said, cursed be Canaan. Wait a minute. Why would Noah curse his grandson that had nothing to do with the situation? See, in church, they'll teach you that Ham did something inappropriate to Noah, some homosexual thing. That's not the case. Actually, he did something inappropriate with his own mother to produce Canaan. That's why Noah cursed Canaan. He said, "Cursed be Canaan, a servant of servants shall he be unto his brethren." Verse 26, and he said, "Blessed be Yahweh, the Most High, Yahweh Elohim of Shem, and Canaan shall be his servant. And Elohim shall enlarge in Japheth, and shall dwell in the tents of Shem, and Canaan shall be his servant." We're going to get back to this prophecy shortly. So Canaan is the seed produced through incest. I just wanted to give you guys a little update on that. So the Moabites and the Ammonites are seeds. They are produced through incest, right? Here's the law of marrying children that are produced through incest. This is Deuteronomy chapter 23, verse 2. It says this: "A bastard, mamazar, shall not enter into the congregation, quahal of Yahweh, even to his 10th," right? Even to the 10th generation shall he not enter into the congregation of Yahweh. In other words, the assembly, right? The people, right? They're not supposed to be marrying anyone that's descendants or seeds of incest, right? So are there laws against marrying a Moabite and Ammonite? Absolutely. Verse 3, it says it all, because they are seeds of incest. But also look at what it also says about the Ammonites and the Moabites. It says, "Shall not enter into the congregation of Yahweh, even to their 10th generation. They shall not enter into the congregation." So we see that actually that's not the right one. That's did I got it? Yeah, I got it here. I'm sorry. So yeah, the Ammonites or the Moabites, they are not supposed to be among the Most High's people. We're not supposed to be giving our daughters, giving our sons to these people. They're children of incest, but they also, notice what it says here: "The remnant wax not old upon thee, neither did thy foot swell these 40 years. Thou shalt also consider," actually, that's not what I was looking for. I thought it was in here. Anyway, but we see that Israel not supposed to be mingling with the Ammonites and the Moabites, right? So now I got to answer this question, because many will say, "Well, wait a minute, Ruth was a Moabite." Let's see. We're knocking down some witchcraft. Ruth chapter 2, verse 5 and 6, right? And I want y'all to pay attention to this. "Then said Boaz unto his servant that was set over the reapers, whose damsel is this? And the servant that was set over the reapers answered and said, It is the Moabitish damsel that came back with Naomi out of the country of Moab." Oh, wait a minute. Moabitish. Wait a minute. I thought she was a Moabite. No, it says Moabitish. Let me say that again. Moabitish. Let me show you something. All right. Let me show you something. All right. Go and live in color. Let me show you something. Notice what you see here. A Moabite or Moabitess. An example, descendant of Moab. It says woman of Moab. But then we see Moabite, Moabite-ish, Moabitess. Right. But notice this sub entry. A citizen of Moab. In other words, guess what? You could live in the territories of Moab and be a citizen and not be a blood descendant of Moab, an inhabitant of the land of Moab. That's why it says you can live in the land, but doesn't mean that you are blood descendant of those that are there. So that's why it says Moabitish, but not. Let me give you more to it. Let me give you more. Let's go to the Oxford Dictionary definition of Moabitish. Let's start with ish, right? The backdrop is not there. It's supposed to be another slide. But anyway, let's start with the word ish. It says having the qualities or characteristics of. So having the qualities of the Moabite. So this meaning that she lived a life as a Moabite. But guess what? The characteristics of it, but doesn't mean that she is a Moabite. Just like when we look at that word Jewish, it means having the qualities and or characteristics of, right? So when we go to Moabitish, notice what it says here: of or relating or character of the Moabites. It says of or relating to or the characteristics of the Moabites. So that means that she was living in the land of the Moabites, that she was taking on some of their customs. That's what this means right here. She was living as a Moabite, but doesn't mean that she was a blood Moabite. So again, the Ammonites and the Moabites had a history in going against the children of Israel. When we go to Nehemiah chapter 13, verse 23 and 24, calculated on witchcraft for what I'm dealing with. I'm getting closer to some of the key things I'm going to go into. In those days also, Jews, I don't even like to say Jews, I saw Israel, I saw Judah, I saw Yahweh that had married wives of Ashad, Ammon, and of Moab, and their children spake half in speech of Ashad, and could not speak in the Israelite language, but according to the language of each people. So because of mixing and meshing, the children of Israel, the men was marrying strange and foreign wives, breaking the law, statutes, and commandments, marrying Ammon and having sons and daughters of Ammon and Moab, to where as though now they started taking on the culture of the Moabites, started taking on that culture and began to disregard their culture. So now here it is, Nehemiah needs a translator to deal with this community. Every letter within the Hebrew language is going to teach you to be faithful to the Most High through his laws, statutes, and commandments. If you want to get proof of that, go to the 119th book of Psalms. Each passage is categorized, that entire chapter is categorized based upon the ancient letters. And you'll learn and you'll see every letter is going to teach you and remind you of being faithful to the Most High, adhering to his laws, statutes, and commandments. So the Moabites and the Ammonites, guess what? They are also part of the Crafty Council. Psalms, the 83rd book of Psalms, we'll see it right here. Right, not going to read it all here, right? Notice what we see here. The Moabites, right? Moab and Ammon, right? We see them listed here. There's others that are listed here, but you see the Moabites and the Ammonites, they're listed there. So again, Numbers 22, verse 4 and 6, right? 4 through 6. And Moab said unto the elders of Midian, now shall this company lick up all that are round about us, as the ox licketh up the grass of the field. And Balak, the son of Zippor, was king of the Moabites at the time, right? He sent messengers therefore unto Balaam, the son of Beor, to Pethor, which is by the river of the land, and of the children of his people, to call him, saying, behold, there is a people come out of Egypt. Behold, they cover the face of the earth, and they abide over against me. Verse 6, come now, therefore, I pray thee, curse me this people, for they are too mighty for me. Y'all pay attention. Now we're dealing with witchcraft. We're dealing with Moab seeking Balaam to cast demonic spells over Israel, to curse them. Now we're dealing with divination. Now we're dealing with sorcery. Now we're dealing with witchcraft. Peradventure, I shall prevail, that we may smite them, and that I may drive them out of the land. For I wot that he whom thou blessed is blessed, and he whom thou cursed is cursed. Right? So when we go back here, continuing on here, again, I'm not going to go into all of this. Let me fast forward. That's a duplicate here. But it tells us that when we look here, the key was, it says, verse 3, Moab was sore afraid of the people because they were many. And when we look up the Hebrew definition, this word afraid, gawar, right? Notice what it says, gawar or gar, right? It says here, to shrink, fear, as in a strange place, to gather for hostility, be afraid, stand in awe. So Moab had no courage. He shrunk in because of his fear of the Israelites. He shrunk, right? So he began to gather for hostility. He began to send out letters trying to Midian, the people of Midian, and to Balaam, trying to put together a council, an alliance to go against the Israelites. So the king of Moab heard all about Israel, that they were camped nearby in the plains of Moab. And again, they heard about the military exploits of Israel against the Amorites and the kingdom of Bashan. And so this news struck fear in the king Balak and his people. So the king and his officials saw no way to stop the march of the Israelites. If he launched a military operation against the Israelites, he would be defeated and his nation utterly destroyed. And the king and his advisors formed an alliance with the leaders of Midian, right, This is where we get back to verse 4 through 6. This is what this is saying here, right? Moab said unto the elders of Midian. So now they are building up an alliance here, right? And now they're reaching out to Balaam, right? And he's saying here, he wants Balaam to curse them so that way the Moabites can be blessed. So the king sought to curse the defeated Israel, curse and defeat Israel by divination, by sorcery. Let me say that again. The king sought to curse and defeat Israel by divination, by sorcery. Let me tell you something, family. The playbook is still going on right now. You have so many communities that are seeking to defeat us by way of divination, by seeking to destroy us by sorcery, manipulation. That's why the scripture tells us that Hasatan is the prince of the air. That means that he is the prince of manipulation. He disguises himself as an angel of light. He manipulates the air. He manipulates the atmosphere to make you think that he is a messenger of light, but he's not. He's not. He goes to or fro, seeking whom he may devour. Right. So the king sent messengers to secure the help of Balaam, a famous diviner, a sorcerer with an international reputation. And to this day, those who hate us are using divination as a weapon, family. Come on now, let me show you something. Their key weapon is witchcraft. Well, what is witchcraft, family? What is witchcraft? Notice what it says here. You see the Greek word pharmakia, which means medication, pharmacy, magic, sorcery. Do you know that there's some magic, there's some witchcraft that's going on right now? Have you noticed in a lot of your communities, they are shutting down supermarkets and putting Dollar Generals up? They're changing and minimizing the quality of foods that you have in your community. Do you know that even your pharmacy that's in your neighborhood, they are giving out outdated, expired medicine, causing more problems among y'all's people? Unfortunately, family, you're going to have to go to the other side of town. You're going to have to go to their community to get your medicine. Go to their community to buy your foods, because the foods in your community is expired. Do you know even the books inside your neighborhood, the educational system? Do you know your books is 10 years older, at least 10 years older than the other side of town? Your kids is already 10 years behind the curve because of the books that you have inside that they have at these public schools in our neighborhoods. Come on, family, they're putting family dollars up everywhere. Is it a coincidence that you're starting to see dialysis centers coming up everywhere inside our community? You don't see them popping up in their community. You see liquor stores, or whatever you guys call it down here, ABC stores, whatever they call it. We call it liquor stores back home. You see liquor stores, you see the churches, you see the funeral homes, and now you see a dialysis center. And across from that dialysis center, you're going to find a Dollar General around it. Why? Because they're now forcing, programming the minds of our people to go and eat this low swinging fruit, this poor, terrible food, processed food. Come on, family. You see this all over the place. Right now, we're dealing with pharmakia. Now we're dealing with pharmacy. Now we're dealing with magic. Now we're dealing with sorcery. Let me go somewhere with this. The works of the professional Balaam. See, let me show you the works of the professional Balaam. Right? Let's start with the chemicals that they're using to emasculate men, starting with estrogen. Let's see some of the witchcraft, that is the calculated witchcraft that's happening around us right now. Let's start with estrogen. Some of you guys may not be familiar with this, but what is estrogen? Estrogen is an entire class of related hormones that includes estriol, estradiol, estrone, right? Estriol is made from the placenta. It's produced during pregnancy. Estradiol is the primary sex hormone of childbearing. It is formed from developing ovarian follicles. Estradiol is responsible for female characteristics and sexual functioning. Estrone is widespread throughout the body. It is the main estrogen present after menopause. And family, this is why you have to understand, y'all better start checking these medications, especially men. You know, if you taking medications and it's putting this estrogen up in your body, because every man got a certain percentage of estrogen. But when you taking these medicines, it can cause estrogen levels to go to a level that it shouldn't be. And guess who's going to really have the shortcoming of that, especially if you produce a seed? Have you ever noticed why a lot of NBA players' sons are dealing with homosexuality, dealing with all kinds of confusion? The daughters as well, because many of these players are pumped up with estrogen because of all the medicines that they have to take. And then in a nutshell, they producing seeds. They're producing children, right? Remember, as we see here, as it says here, estriol is made up from the placenta. It is produced during pregnancy. All right, let's go ahead and continue. How does estrogen impact men? Let me show you this. Right? Let's go to this article. Why are the male fish growing eggs? The National Geographic. Let's go here. Notice what it says. Scientists from the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Services and the U.S. Geological Survey study fish in 19 national wildlife refuges, in the U.S. Northeast, including Mississippi, right? Their conclusion, an astonishing 60 to 100% of all male smallmouth bass they examined had female egg cells growing in their testes. Remember the lawsuit about the young boys that was taking a certain medicine and it was causing them to grow female breasts? Come on, that stuff is happening right now. This is from estrogen. Over the past decade, feminized male fish have been discovered in 37 species, right? In 37 species in lakes and rivers throughout North America, Europe, and other parts of the world. It goes on to say here, I'm just highlighting some of the highlights that's here. When fish are getting intersex, it's probably a good indication that something is wrong in the environment. Right? When fish is their sex is starting to change, like male fish having eggs on the inside of them, something is wrong with that environment. That's what it's saying, right? Female eggs and male testes. It says here, federal scientists uncovered the condition by accident in the Chesapeake Bay watershed, the Virginia, the Maryland, the Baltimore, the DC, all of that is part of the Chesapeake, stretching all the way down to North Carolina. That's all part of the Chesapeake Bay. They were conducting a post-mortem examination to determine the cause of a smallmouth bass die-off when they found male fish with female egg cells in their testes. Here's an article from MSNBC, male becoming female fish, right? Notice what it says here. Estrogen mimickers. Y'all pay attention to this right here. It's not just estrogen, but you also have estrogen mimickers are believed to be caused by chemicals called nifnels found in everything from paint, rubber to cosmetic plastics. They are considered a possible cause of kidney, eye, liver, and reproductive problems. Is there a coincidence, like we talked about the dialysis centers that are popping up? I'm telling you, the Most High when I say that he's true when it comes to the remnant, when he said that the surviving portion will always be here, he's going to purge out the blood of Israel. Man, if those that have grew up in the 70s and the 80s, man, if you grew up in the 70s or 80s or even prior to that, and you lived in that house that had all that the lead paint chips all over the place, asbestos all over the place, pipes bursting with steam and asbestos coming out, guess what? The Most High had his hands on you, and you don't have a single problem with your health. Man, you better thank the Most High for covering you. He's honoring what he said in Joel chapter 3, that he was going to purge and cleanse the blood of his people to make sure that to make sure Israel will always remain. That's a blood transfusion. So y'all better pay attention to this family, right? It says here, they've been banned in much of Europe and are under review. See, a lot of stuff that's banned in other countries are allowed here in this country. Why? But are still common in America. Which it says where they are flowing out of sewage plants into clean water flowing into America's river. Y'all better see what's going on down in North Carolina. There's a complaint about some of these areas down in North Carolina, even up in Pennsylvania and some of these other places. Government research has found natural estrogens and estrogen mimickers in 80% of the streams they tested in 30 states. So in 30 states that they tested, 80% of the streams, they have estrogen mimickers inside the water. Here's another article, livestrong.com. It says here, while estrogen is generally known as a female hormone, but a man's body also produces small amounts of estrogen, which is important for normal development and function of the male reproductive system. However, an abnormally high level of estrogen can have major effects on a man's body. Notice what it says here. It says possible interfering with his fertility, sexual function, and potentially raising his risk of certain chronic diseases. But here it is: fertility problems, breast enlargement, erectile dysfunction are among the signs and symptoms that might signal a high estrogen level in a man. But I'm going somewhere with this, right? Estrogen is used in hormone therapy replacement, right? HRT, right? Notice what it says here. Estrogen is the hormone responsible for most female characteristics. It causes the physical changes of transition and many of the emotional changes. Family, have y'all started asking questions? Why do we see like a lot of these hip hop artists? See, like more and more we see that brothers and sisters are killing each other. This violent tendency that we see that's on the rise. Well, y'all better start thinking about the side effects of estrogen. Y'all better start thinking about the side effects of estrogen. You better start understanding what GMOs are, how it can be calculated to target certain things. Like if they could target GMOs to target certain insects, man, it's a number of other things that can happen. I'm just going to leave it at that. Estrogen is the hormone responsible for most female characteristics. Notice what this says. It causes the physical changes of transition and many of the emotional changes. See, estrogen can cause problems with emotions and how you process things, how you feel, right? Come on, family. Estrogen may be given as a pill, by injection, or by a number of skin preparations, such as a cream, gel, spray, or even a patch, right? Many trans women are interested in estrogen through injections. Estrogen injections tend to cause a very high and fluctuating estrogen levels, which can cause mood swings. Come on, mood swings? Right? Violent behaviors. That's the other things when you start studying this stuff. It could cause violent behaviors, weight gain, hot flashes, anxiety, or migraines. And this is dealing with men who want to transition or turn or whatever. They want to modify their bodies. This is dealing with what happens to men. When it says trans women, they're talking about men. Can cause mood swings, weight gain, hot flashes, anxiety, or migraines. Additionally, little is known about the effects of these high levels. Now, this right here, family, I'm not going to go into this, but this is dealing with the synthetic drugs. This is more form of witchcraft. I don't have this up, so I'm not going to be able to play this. You're not going to be able to hear this, so I'm going to fast forward. But I want to touch on another sorcery, right? Y'all better be careful. Y'all better talk about this to your loved ones about now all of a sudden they legalized marijuana. You know, guess what? There's a lot of stuff that's going with that, that legalized marijuana. A lot of chemicals and oh man, anyway, I'm not getting into it. But another sorcery these witches they are using is the synthetic drug K2 spice or synthetic marijuana. Right? New York Times, 33 suspected of overdosing on synthetic marijuana in Brooklyn. So this is just kind of laying out some of the stuff that's happening, you know, some of these drugs that are being introduced into our communities, right? The powerful drug, also known as spice or synthetic marijuana. This gives or produce zombie-like symptoms. Like if I go back here, I'm not going to, you're not going to hear the audio, but if I go back here, let me go back here, right? If you see here, you're going to see some of the behaviors, the zombie behaviors that you see here, right? Because in Florida, let me go back here. In Florida, I'm not sure if you guys remember when there was a situation where a homeless man, was eating the flesh off the face of someone. Look at this person right here. Look like a zombie, like something off a video game, throwing himself head first into the bus. Look at this. Synthetic drugs causing zombie behaviors. Stuff is crazy. This is so sad. Zombie behavior, family. Synthetic drugs. Could it be that synthetic marijuana that these guys are taking now? This is from our hometown right here. This is Newark right here, the Brick City. There was a major thing that happened up in that area with almost 100 people died of ODing off this synthetic drug. This is Newark, New Jersey right here. And he's spazzing out, family. That's what we would call it back home. He's spazzing out. He's spazzing. Come on, this is witchcraft, calculated witchcraft. You think that how did these drugs make it to our community? Matter of fact, how is these guns making it to our community? Come on, calculated witchcraft, family. Spiritual wickedness in high places. Look at this kid right here. Look at his book bag. This kid is only like 13 years old. Look at this. Took some synthetic marijuana. Look what's happening. It's sad. Got his book bag on. Only person that took time out to try to help him was that white lady right there. I was so upset here when you research this. You had brother men that was so busy trying to record than to try to contain and hold them down. Come on, family. Look at this. Look at this. I just wanted to share a little sample of this, but let's go ahead and get into it, right? Let's get into it, right? Let me show you the warlocks, the witches, right? How Pfizer helped make spice the deadly fake pot. In 1979, 3 researchers at Pfizer, the pharmaceutical giant, came up with a synthetic cannabinoid, right? It says here, a drug that which in some ways acts similarly, to active ingredients in marijuana. What the company did with this research, it won't say. But decades later, a designer drug marketed as fake pot began to emerge, first in Europe, later in America, that went on to blame for contributing to tens of thousands of trips to the emergency room. One of the 5 active substances in the fake pot, also known as spice or K2, was the synthetic cannabinoid first discovered at Pfizer during drug research. Often walks a fine line between medicine and recreation, making the history between drug abuse and big pharma closer than the latter would like to admit. Pfizer's connection to K2 would by no means mean the first major drug to have roots in commercial enterprise. Heroin is considered by many to be a bare trademark. LSD was invented by Sandoz. Merck developed by MDMA, but never used it in humans. But if Pfizer's role in the latest designer drugs mess is known, it's only by a handful of people. The DEA is surprised to hear of their involvement and says they cannot confirm it. Come on, family. So the media. So we just dealt with witchcraft dealing with drugs, right? I'm not going to stop right there. Let's go ahead and continue on here. Media is a vital tool. Media, let me say it again, is a vital tool used to emasculate what should be future fathers. Here's another plan. I remember teaching this thing over probably about 5 or 6 years ago. I still got the old lessons about how they were going to make men clothes and women clothes gender neutral to help push this homosexual, this confusion among the culture, among our community. Masculinity has always been a shifting concept. The history of man is littered with examples of provocateurs and Puritans who have fought a seemingly endless battle over what is to be done. What is to be won, The warrior pharaohs of ancient Egypt wore makeup long before it was dismissed as only for women. While in the kingdom of Greece and Rome, it was not only acceptable, but commanding to have sex with your male subjects. Before early Christian rulers came and condoned sodomy as an outrage and an offense punishable by death. So they're sitting there trying to justify homosexuality. They're trying to justify women cross-dressing, hermaphrodites, the spirit of transvestism. This is what they're saying. They said, hey, before people start coming out here with these Bibles, guess what? The Greeks and Romans, they were, homosexuality was the norm. They're saying with the Egyptians, homosexuality was the norm. That's what they're saying here. Before early Christian rulers came and condemned sodomy as an outrage and an offense punishable by death. But guess what? Right? You see Roman Catholics, you see the same behaviors, because when you start dealing with syncretism and all that, right? These people that went from being Romans and Greeks to Christians, they still brought over their homosexual problems. They still brought over those strongholds. This is why we see the issue with the Roman Catholic Church. This is why we see an issue with a number of large groups within the Christian sector, Catholic sector, right? This is why the Pope said he repent. Right? The Pope that just died. Read up on it. He said he repent for some of the things like this that has happened on his watch. So refashioning gender. Fashion has reacted to these changes more obviously than any other industry. There is still a long way to go in terms of reaching total acceptance and fluidity, but the old constructions of women's wear and men's wear are starting to look somewhat dated, with an increasing amount of unisex collections on the catwalk and models across the gender spectrum wearing whatever happens to look good on them. So this is the results of this ongoing emasculation of what should be current husbands and future fathers, right? This is what you see happening. Well, on Russell Westbrook in the middle. This is Russell Westbrook, the NBA player. This is happening right across the board, family. But guess what? Let's go back into it, right? Let's deal with the Talmud, right? The Talmud calls the Messiah a sorcerer because we're dealing with Balaam, right? But let's see what the Talmud say about the Messiah. Sanhedrin 43a. It says, on the eve of the Passover, Yeshua was hanged. For 40 days before the execution took place, a herald went forth and cried, he is going forth to be stoned because he has practiced sorcery and enticed Israel to apostasy. Anyone who can say anything in his favor, let him come forward and plead on his behalf. But since nothing was brought forward in his favor, he was hanged on the eve of Passover, right? So they look at this question here. It says, do you suppose that he was one for whom a defense could be made? Was he not a Messiah? A Mesith, right? In other words, an enticer, concerning whom scriptures say, neither shalt thou spare, neither shalt thou conceal him. So they saying Christ was practicing witchcraft, right? With Yeshua, however, it was different, for he was connected with the government. So now they're saying he was an agent. And I'm going to show you how this connects to what I'm going to show you after this, right? And it deals with disciples and all that. But let me show you here. The Talmud also referred to the Messiah as Balaam, as I pointed out. This is the Sanhedrin 106a. Balaam, also the son of Beor, the soothsayer. Did the children of Israel slay with the sword a soothsayer? But he was a prophet, Rabbi Jonathan said. At first he was a prophet, but subsequently a soothsayer, Rabbi Papa observed. This is what men say. She who was the descendant of princes and governors played the harlot with the carpenters. So this is referring to Miriam, saying that she played the prostitute, she played a harlot and was sleeping around with carpenters, right? And then when you look at the sub entry here, notice what it says here, right? Ship draggers, right? Hereford, Christianity in the Talmud, page 48 suggests that Balaam was frequently used in the Talmud as a type for Jesus. Though no name is mentioned to shew which woman is meant, the mother of Jesus may be alluded to, which theory is strengthened by the statement that she mated with a carpenter, because there's nothing about Balaam about a carpenter, but this is the reason why you have what is called the burning of the Talmuds back in the 11th century, right? When it was discovered by the church, all the stuff that was in the Talmud. It was like over 24 carts that was burnt, filled with the Talmud writings. Talmudic writings were burned. All right, look it up. Look up the burning of the Talmud. So now let's deal with the worker of iniquity, because we dealt with witchcraft, pharmakia, but let's deal with the worker of iniquity, because this is still tying into calculated witchcraft. So far we covered some calculated witchcraft from drugs that is emasculating men, clothing. But notice this here, anomia, it means violation of law, wickedness, transgression of the law, violation of the law. Come on, family. Anyone that's teaching that we don't have to honor the law, statutes, and commandments, guess what? They're teaching witchcraft. Those that are teaching another law that's contrary to these laws, statutes, and commandments, they are operating in witchcraft, right? So violation of the law. And then when we look at iniquity from a Hebraic perspective, awa, it means to crooked, to make crooked, pervert, perversely, do wickedly, do wrong. But here it is, to bend, twist, and distort. Distort what? The law, statutes, and commandments. Right? Now, we going in, family. Now, some of you guys probably remember this. I'm not going to go through it all. I just took a couple of notes from a different presentation when we was dealing with the son of perdition, right? Apostle Paul gave a key prophecy, family. 2 Thessalonians chapter 2, verse 2 and 3. We get into some deep stuff here. We can go deep. Get your life jackets, family. Get your life jackets. We're about to go deeper where we are right now. Hour and 35 minutes. We're making some good time here. All right. We're making some good time. So what I'm going to do, family, I need to get me something to drink because my throat is getting dry. Let me go ahead and show a video here. I'm going to show a quick video here to give me enough time to run and get me something to drink. And I will be right back. Here we go.
Finally, Wells comes face to face with the man he's been searching for. A new portrait of the common ancestor of every man today. Adam. Without a skull, we can't know for sure what Adam looked like. But a combination of genetic evidence, vendors' forensic skills, and cutting-edge computer software suggest he looked something like this. Thousands of years after the Bible, and hundreds of years after Michelangelo, we have a whole new face for Adam.
I like the expression. He's got a very forceful look.
He's intent on something, maybe taking over the world. You begin to get perhaps an insight into why these guys won out and why this guy's our ancestor.
All right, family, let's go ahead and go in, hit the like and subscribe to the channel if you're not subscribed to the channel. And for those that would like to contribute to this work, let me go ahead and post it here. This is my Cash App. All right. And then also the information is in the ticker here as well. Right. So let me post this to pin this up here. And I appreciate you guys. And I hope this is helping you guys out on this Shabbat. I know some of you guys don't have a place to worship. So want to at least bring the message to you guys. And if my cousin is out there, Shalonda Carr, I want to say peace and blessings to you. Not sure if she's out there. I haven't really been paying attention to the chat. And if she is, say, family, show some love to her. The wife of my late cousin, Pastor Dr. Sean Carr. But let me go ahead and post this up in here. Pin this up here. Where is it? Where is it? I'll do it again. Let me post it up here again. All right. All right. All right. And I hope this is edifying you guys. Let's see here. All right. right, so we will pin this up here. All right. Appreciate it, moderators, for monitoring the chat. Really appreciate all what you guys are doing. And I hope this is really edifying for you guys. And we got we went into deep, but we got to go deeper. Right? Paul gave a warning saying, let no man deceive you by any means. Let me say that again, family. Let no man deceive you by any means. For that day shall come, except there come a falling away first, and the man of sin be revealed, the son of perdition, who opposes and exalteth himself above all that is called Elohim, or that is worship, so that he as Elohim sitteth in the temple of Elohim, showing himself that he is Elohim. Right? Paul gave a warning here. So Apostle Paul is referring to the son of perdition inside this text. Who is he referring to? Right? I gave the answer, but we're just going to walk through it for the sake of time. Who is the son of perdition, who oppose and exalt himself above all that is called the Most High, Yahweh, the Father, his Son, Ban Elohim, and the Holy Spirit, Rawak HaQuadash. Who is the son of perdition, who oppose and exalt himself above all that is called God, so to speak? This is Freemasons. You guys remember this? Just a refresher. G-O-D, God, from Freemasons. Notice what it says here, and this is the source that I'm referencing. All right. G-O-D, the initials of Gomer Oz Dabar. Is it a single coincidence and worthy of thought that the letters composing of English name of deity should be the initials of the Hebrew word for wisdom, strength, and beauty? The great pillars, right? The three great pillars. Let me say that one more time. The three great pillars or metaphorical supports of Masonry. They seem to present almost the only reason that some can reconcile a Mason to the use of the initial G and its conspicuous suspension in the east of the lodge in the place of the delta, which is the female reproductive organ. That's also a Greek letter, but we'll get to that. Not today. We're going to do a special lesson on unnatural affections. All right. The incidents seem to be more than an accident, right? So that letter G, this is what that letter G stands for, right? Dabar, right? Wisdom, Oz, right? Strength, Gamar or Gomer, which means beauty. So that letter, that God, that letter G that you see that's suspended between that square and that compass, as you see in this symbol right here in the middle here, that G stands for Gomer. It stands for Gomer. So the only reason that can reconcile a Mason to the use of the initial G, this is to promote the worship of Gomer, family. Freemasonry promotes the worship of Gomer. It promotes the practicing of Jewish mysticism, right? Freemasonry promotes the worship of Luciferian doctrines, Lucifer himself. Freemasonry promotes the worship of Gomer. And why is this important to know? I covered a little bit, but when we go back to Genesis chapter 2, verse 2, notice what it says here. The sons of Japheth, Gomer, and Magog, Madai, Javan, Tubal, Meshach, and Tiras, right? And the sons of Gomer, Ashkenaz. Now we could go into Ashkenaz and some of the other ones here, but you guys know this, right? I'm not going to go into the definition of Gomer, but why is this important to know, right? When we go to verse 5, it says, right, by these were the isles of the Gentiles, divided in their land, everyone after his tongues, after their families, their nations. So they have their own heritage, right? Gomer is the father of Ashkenaz, and 90% of the Jewish community is descendants of Ashkenaz. The religion of fraternities and sororities promote the worship of Gomer. So the doctrine of Gomer, Freemasonry, is the doctrine of Gomer. Truth be told, Christianity is the doctrine of Gomer. Judaism is the doctrine of Gomer. Islam is the doctrine of Gomer. So when we go to Revelations chapter 2, verse 14 and 15, what is that doctrine of Gomer? To take it a step further, right? Lumping them all together. But I have a few things against thee, because thou hast there them that hold the doctrines of Balaam, who taught Balak. Remember, we're talking about Balaam, right? We started off with Balaam, but we see what Revelation is dealing with, because Balaam dealt with witchcraft. Balaam was a diviner. He was someone that dealt with sorcery. He was a warlock. And truth be told, when you study Solomon, there's a name that the Most High gave him, but there's the name Solomon is actually his warlock name, Shalamah, right? That's a whole nother story. We'll do a teaching on that. But I have a few things against thee, because thou hast there them that hold the doctrine of Balaam. Balaam dealt with witchcraft, who taught Balak to to cast a stumbling block before the children of Israel, to eat things sacrificed unto idols, swine, right? Shellfish, rodents, dogs, to eat things sacrificed unto idols, and to commit temple prostitution, commit fornication. So has thou also them that hold the doctrine of the Nicolaitans, which thing I hate. Then we would see the same thing when we go down to when we go to verse 5 and 6. Remember therefore from whence thou art fallen, and repent, and do the first work, or else I will come unto thee quickly and remove thy candlestick out of his place, except thou repent. But this thou hast, that thou hatest the deeds of the Nicolaitans, which I also hate. You guys remember some of this. This is a refresher here, but I'm going somewhere with this. So the Nicolaitans, right? Their name means the destruction of people. This is, you get the word Nicholas coming from here, but it means a destruction of people, right? And this is what we just covered, right? This Balaam casting a stumbling block. But the key is the destruction of people, family, right? The Messiah says he hates the deeds of the Nicolaitans and those who hold on to their doctrine, because they're using that doctrine to destroy the Israelites, to destroy their identity, to destroy who they are, having them chase after idols and get caught up in eating foods that they should not be eating. So the Nicolaitans, remember this, they are comparable to the mistletoe. So Gomer and his descendants, they are just like the mistletoe. Why? Because the mistletoe, here's the kicker. Y'all remember this, mistletoe is an evergreen pest that attaches itself to trees, plants, shrubs, stealing their nutrients and water. This can weaken or disfigure the plant and eventually kill it. There's so many people that have attached themselves to our community to suck us dry of all of our nutrients, to suck us dry of our identity, to suck us dry of everything that made us who we are. They are there. They are parasites. They are spiritual parasites. And this is why our community is the way that it is. What do we own inside our community, right? Who owns this, the gas stations, right? It's the Arabs or the Indians. Who own those, the distributions for those, the hair products, the Koreans. Who own most of the apartment complexes inside our community? The Jewish community, as we know them. Who owns up everything inside our community? We don't. We don't own up everything inside our community. This is why we can't. This is why we cannot dictate certain things within our community. The strangers among us, according to Deuteronomy 28, they what will be rise up before us. They will become the lenders, and we become the borrowers in our own community. Come on, family. It's right among our community. So the Nicolaitans is a parasitical group that attached itself to an identity of another nation. Their parasitical doctrine indeed were and continue to be used to conquer and steal the identity of the children of Israel. And this is where we get into transatlantic world war. I'm just highlighting a little bit of this. Papa grants the kings of Portugal given authority to enslave Saracens and other Christians of West Africa with whom Christendom is at war. Stop calling it the transatlantic slave trade. Start educating your brothers and sisters and let them know it was a world war. In 1442, a Portuguese captain brought to the Gold Coast some Moorish prisoners of war, exchanged them for 10 Negro slaves, and brought these back to Lisbon. A trading settlement was established at Lagos by 1444. It would appear that by 1452, the Portuguese were anxious to establish their property rights over their newly discovered West African territory. And so Pope Nicholas Santa Claus V was approached and was apparently led to believe that these territories of the Guinea coast were inhabited by Saracens and other enemies of Christendom. But notice this right here, family. Notice this right here. There is no other explanation of a series of papal documents which applied the well-known contemporary rules of war to the situation in West Africa. It was a world war, family. Come on, family. Everyone participated in this world war, right? So the local Negro inhabitants were not Saracens. They were not Muslims. So who are these Negroes? These Negroes were systematically processed through the system of the Nicolaites. So again, is Gomer the son of perdition? No. Is Ashkenaz the son of perdition? No. There are seeds of the son of perdition. The son of perdition is Japheth, family. Here's the key biblical prophecy. Genesis chapter 9, verse 27. Just a little refresher. And Elohim shall enlarge Japheth, and he shall dwell in the tents of Shem, and Canaan shall be his servant. So Gomer is simply a son. Gomer is simply a son of the perdition, Japheth, right? So the Ashkenaz is simply a grandson of the son of perdition, Japheth. Another key son that we covered of Japheth is Yavan. Well, who is Yavan? Let's see what Yavan is, rather. Or Yawan, let's see what Yavan is, right? It says here, right? The Greeks. We could deal with some of the other ones. The Greeks. And we see here the children also of Judah and the children of Jerusalem have ye sold into the Grecians, that ye might remove them far from their border. And you see their name right here, Yawan. Now, I said all of that, family. I said all of that. Now, what I just covered was just my introduction. Let me say that again. What I just covered was just the introduction to get to where we are right now. Let me say it one more time. That was just the introduction.
What?
Yes, that was the introduction.
What?
Let me say it one more time. That was just the introduction.
What?
Now let's get into the deep water. Let's get into the deep water. Let's get into the deep water here. Revelation chapter 13, verse 1. It says, it says here, and I stood upon the sand of the sea and saw a beast rise up out of the sea, having 7 heads and 10 horns, and upon his horns 10 crowns, and upon his head the name blasphemy. So again, having 7 heads, 10 horns, and upon his horns 10 crowns. His number 1 priority and reputation is blasphemy. Now let me add a slide here. It's a slide I want to add in here. Let me see if I can pull it up, because I want to explain something here real quick here. Deal with the number 10. I need to deal with that here. I need to deal with a particular letter, because this letter is important for you guys to understand. So when you see the number 10, right? So I'm going to put the number 10, which is the Yod. And I'm also going to show you the meaning of the 7th letter, which is Zion. Let me drop a couple of these links here. Let me see here. Where is it? Not necessarily links. Let me drop these 2 slides here in here, so that way I could break down these letters. So let's put the Yod in here. All right, first let's deal with the Zion. All right, let's see here. Where's my Yod? All right. All right, I'm almost there, family. All right, here we go. Here's the yod. Let's drop the yod in. All right. I know I'm covering a lot tonight, but the goal is to make sure you guys is full. You guys are full for the next few days. All right, let me put this in here. All right. So let's drop, I'm going to drop the yod and let's drop the Zion in here so that way we can break this down real quick so you guys can really understand the Zion and the yod. All right. So let's go ahead and back this up a little bit. I just dropped this in here. Hope you guys can see this. Let's drop this. Let's go back here. This is the Zion, right? Let me do something. One last thing here. All right, almost there. All right, there we go. So this is the Zion, right? This is the Zion, right? Zion, which means weapon. Numerical value is 7, right? And that's the pictograph right here. Weapon, 7. And in the Israeli language, right, they made this letter into you could Google it. Just type in slang, right? Israel slang, and type in Zion, and you'll see this word is a curse word. It's the F-bomb, right? We already covered when you go back over the Shabbat lesson. I encourage you guys to go back over the lesson I did a few weeks ago about the Shabbat, creating the atmosphere of change, how the seventh day, right? There's value in that seventh day. It's also a tool, can be used as a weapon to, for your body to recover. But nevertheless, we see the numerical value is 7, weapon, right? Then we see the yod. When you see the number 10, this is imperative for you to understand. Hand, arm, redemption. So when you see the 10 heads, right? Now we're dealing with redemption. And we also see 7. We're dealing with weapons. Numerical value is 10. And the pictograph is the outstretched arms, right? So his priority number 1 and reputation, right? The Hebrew word is sham, right? Reputation. The Hebrew word for blasphemy is na'atzah. Israeli pronunciation is na'atz, right? But his number 1 priority and reputation is blasphemy. So we're dealing with that beast, right? And we're going to tie into who that beast really is, right? It means this: to scorn, abhor, blasphemy, contemn, despise, provoke, right? So we do know that this beast, that Revelations chapter 13, have a wicked spirit, right? Despise and doing everything to provoke. But who is this beast targeting? Who is this beast? Who is this beast? I'm going to break it down. Daniel warned about the agenda of the 4th beast, who had 10 horns and the 10 kings. Right here we saw the 10 crowns, but to really understand that text, you have to go to Daniel chapter 7, verse 23. Now we're really gonna peel the fat off of this, like my grandmother would say. Verse 23, Daniel chapter 7. And he said, the 4th beast shall be the 4th kingdom upon the earth, which shall be diverse. Shana'ah. Let me say that again. Thus he said, the 4th beast shall be the 4th kingdom upon the earth, which shall be diverse from all kingdoms, and shall devour the whole earth, and shall tread it down and break it in pieces. Family, pay attention to this prophecy. Pay attention to this prophecy, right? Which shall be diverse. Let's go back here. This 4th beast shall be diverse. Shana'ai, from all kingdoms. Well, what makes this beast diverse? Let's see what the Hebrew definition of diverse, what it means. It says to alter, change. So this beast is going to have the abilities of being able to alter things, to change things. Oh, let me say that again. I hope you guys grab hold of this. Want to say peace and blessings to Go Black to Africa. I see some people giving you some shout outs. Shout outs to you, my brother. And I got to get with you, Go Black to Africa, because I just put out a documentary on my backup channel, We Woke Extended, but I'm getting ready to drop the full version of it here on this channel in another week. And I would like to get your assessment of it. And would like to see if we can do a panel on it. You and I can talk and discuss it once you do your review, because I know you're thorough when it comes to reviews. And I'm going to shoot you the link for us in terms of once I have the director's cut of the Breadcrumbs Part 2. Once I have that finished, I will upload it within the next couple of days. And I want to get that over to you so you can review it ahead of time and get your thoughts on it. So really appreciate you, my brother and family. Go Black to Africa. So show some love and support for him. He's doing some great things, keeping our people abreasted, aware of the things that are going on around the world. But I tell you, he's really showing us a lot for about Africa. All right. So let's go ahead and get into this right here, family. Let's get into it. So we see Shana, this fourth beast. It says that this fourth beast is diverse, right? And yeah, Go Black to Africa. I'll drop the link. Matter of fact, Sister Carol, one of the moderators, if you guys could drop the link to the backup channel for us, the movie over there, if you and Go Black to Africa, if you want to take a look at it ahead of time. That's the main one I'm getting ready to drop. Has I cleaned up a couple of things. Overall, it's not much. I know where I need to clean up. Overall, it's a great presentation, but the extended director's cut is the one I really want you to watch. But if you want to get up to speed to where I'm at with it, I did the production and everything myself, had some special guests. We really had a great time with filming that. So appreciate you again. So again, family, let's go ahead and deal with this beast, right? Because there's a lot to uncover with this beast. Let's go back again, right? Let's rewind it again. Daniel chapter 7, verse 24. And this is connecting to Revelation chapter 13, verse 1, the beast there. So here we know that the beast that is Revelations 13 is dealing with is this fourth beast right here. And one of the things that stands out, one of the attributes of this fourth beast is that this fourth beast shall be diverse from all the kingdoms and shall devour the whole earth and shall tread it down and break it in pieces. All right. So let's deal with this word diverse, right? Shana'ah. Let's see what it means. It says that this beast is going to have a key attribute to change, to alter. I hope y'all really grab hold of this. This beast is going to have a key characteristic of having the power of manipulation to alter, to change things around us. So let's deal with the etymological dictionary definition of diverse. Let's see what it says. And this is going to really catch some of you guys off guard. Notice what it says here. Diverse, different in kind, not alike, essentially different, turned different ways, disagreeable, unkind, hostile. Y'all make some notes of this. Diverse, different in kind, not alike, essentially different, turned different ways, disagreeable, unkind, hostile, right? But notice this here. Man, family, y'all grab a hold of this. Differentiation and spelling, not getting into all of that. But notice this here. The sense of including and promoting persons of previously underrepresented minority identities. Oh my gosh. Diverse, including and promoting persons of previously underrepresented minority identities. Wait a minute. What is that? What is the unrepresented minority identities? Let me say that again. What is the underrepresented minority identities. So this saying that this beast is going to be diverse, including and promoting persons of previously underrepresented minority identities. Guess what? We are a group of people, right, that our identity have been underrepresented. Oh, y'all better pay attention to this, because guess what? This is tying into the Crafty Council. Let me pull that scripture up so we can tie it in together, right? When we pull up the Crafty Council, let me pull it up here. Let me go to that slide here. Guys, you know, I got slides for days, right? I got slides for days. Let's go back to the Crafty Council scripture real quick, and then we'll fast forward back to where we are. All right. Let's go back to Psalms. All right, went too far. Let's go back to Psalms, the 83rd book of Psalms. Let's go back here. All right, let's go here. All right. Now we're going to go back to verse 1. Keep not thou silence, O Elohim. Hold not thy peace, and be not still. Peace. This is not dealing with shalom to some and shalom to others. This is not dealing with it is well. This is saying, do not be quiet, because the Hebrew phrase karash nak, which means peace, transliterates to peace, be still. But he's saying, don't be still. Don't be quiet, right? Do not be still. We need you to move, O Elohim, for lo, the enemies make a tumult. In other words, the Hebrew word is hama. In other words, a war cry. And they that hate thee have lifted up the head, Ra'ash. They have taken crafty counsel against thy people and consulted against thy hidden ones. We are that minority, right? The hidden ones, crafty counsel against thy hidden ones. They have said, come, let us cut them off from being a nation, land, family, and tongues, that the name of Israel may be no more in remembrance. Oh, now y'all see how that word diverse really means, and you can see a visual with that, how it relates to us, the Crafty Council, to make sure that we don't remember who we are. Sham means reputation. It means glory, to make sure that we don't understand who we are. We don't understand our reputation. We don't have a clue about what it is. So when we get back to here, right, including and promoting persons of previously underrepresented minority identities. So it's saying this beast, that's the attribute of this beast, a key attribute of this beast, including and promoting persons of previously underrepresented minorities. I told you I was going into the deep. I set you up here. Calculated witchcraft. Who is this beast? Who is this beast? Who is this beast that will operate under the spirit of altering, changing, and manipulation? Who is this beast that will operate under this spirit, this attribute of altering, changing, and manipulation? Who is this beast that will operate under the spirit of altering, changing, which includes and promoting persons of previously underrepresented minority identities? Who is this beast? Who is this beast, family? Who is this beast? I'm going somewhere with this, right? Diverse, right? Additionally, this is a tweet from Jonathan Greenblatt. He says this: additionally, Whoopi's comments show a complete lack of awareness of the multi-ethnic, multiracial makeup of the Jewish community. She needs to apologize immediately and actually commit to educating herself on the true nature of anti-Semitism. Multiracial. Yet the ADL is saying that the Jewish community is one race, but yet he says in the same breath that they are multiracial. But yet we can, so someone that's multiracial can now be considered one race. When you convert over to Judaism, according to the law of return by way of Judaism, so now they're saying that if you're part of one race, you become part of another race, your status change. What is multiracial? Let's give clarity with this. This is coming from the Oxford Dictionary definition. It says multiracial, made up of or relating to people of several racial or ethnic groups. Come on, family. Come on, family. So you can be multi and singular at the same time. So that's saying that anyone that practices Judaism, you could still be considered one race, even though it's multi. Even though we have 5 race classes, right? 5 racial groups, right? According to the institution of race. But now, what according to the ADL representative, he's saying that the Jewish community is a group of multiracial group, a multi-ethnic group. But why did I mention this? Why did I mention this, family? Example of multiracial, right? These people have nothing in common genetically, but yet they converted to Judaism. Even though these guys right here, Ethiopian Israelites, but what has happened is when many of them were taken to Israel for protection through Operation Moses, they were forcing them to convert to Judaism. And there was a ruling, I got to get that ruling, by the Sanhedrin over there saying that they did not have to convert over to Judaism. So even with the Limba, even with the Igbos, if you notice, Rabbi Shapira asked them to convert over to being Jews, give up being ancient Israelites and embrace being a Jew, embrace Judaism. So all of these guys are different, no DNA in common, but conversion is what they have in common. Judaism is the commonality. How is multiracial possible? You guys remember this? Genetic distances by way of conversion. This is genetic distances, and we're going to, this is a little refresher for some of you guys. A large part of the study was devoted to the determination of genetic distances between the different populations. Through this method, genetic markers from different Jewish populations are compared. The smaller the relationship, the more differences in the DNA may have arisen. This is a great source to give, family. I keep saying that over and over again. Such differences are called distances, right? 75 Caucasian, in other words, white populations based off of 9 markers. The genetic distance analysis shows that East European Jews were closest to the inhabitants of Thrace, the region shared by Bulgaria, Greece, and Turkey. Bulgarian Jews came next, followed by 36 non-Jewish populations, and only then the second Jewish population, the Iranian Jews. Other results showed a large Italian component in the gene pool of the East European Jews. From all these results, it appears genetically, the different Jewish communities do not have much in common, right? They don't have, that's what I just said, but the origins of Ashkenazi Jewry by Jitz Van Straten, which is an Ashkenazi Jew, he made it clear that the Jewish community, all these different communities have nothing in common genetically. Often they appear to be more related to the population in the midst of which they live. All right. So now I broke that down. We got some more to go. We got a little ways to go. Let's go to verse 24 in Daniel chapter 7. And the 10 horns out of this kingdom are 10 kings that shall arise, and another shall rise after them, and he shall be diverse, Shanaai, from the first, and he shall subdue the 3 kings. Now I'm going to ask a question here because I know I haven't asked any questions yet. Who are the 3 kings? Right? Who are, matter of fact, do you know who are all right? Who are the three kings? No, that's not. I don't want a Q&A. Let me take that out. Let's start a poll. All right. So let me ask you this question here. Or let me add an additional option. All right. Do you guys know who the three kings are? Right? If you know it, hit yes. If you don't know it, click no. Right? If you're just not sure, select that. We just want to take a poll here. Right? We got something that I want to show you here. Who are the three kings? Who are the three kings? All right. Who are the three kings? All right, cast your votes. Cast your votes. I'm going to give it another minute. And matter of fact, while you voting there, I'm going to show a clip while you're voting there. All right, let me show you a clip here. So that way, as you're voting, we'll come back and we'll tally up the scores. So let me show you a quick clip. All right.
Most Egyptologists and anthropologists, archaeologists of the Eurocentric persuasion will say that Egypt is in Africa. They had to concede that, but then they still draw the line by saying that they weren't Africans like that. In other words, they weren't dark-skinned people. And of course, this is all part of the Great Deception. And the reality is that if they give up Egypt, ancient Kemet, if they give that up and say that that was a part of Black Africa, then they will also have to give up Israel. And that's why they draw the line at Egypt, because if they give up Egypt, they've got to give up Israel.
Now, we're going to go over here, and I'm going to show you where Israel sits on the African tectonic plate, which means that Israel is northeast Africa. Now, when we look at this map, this is the Sinai, okay? This is the Red Sea. This is Egypt. This is the Sinai. This is Israel.
All right. Let me show you the other half of that clip while we're waiting here, tallying up the vote.
All right, this is Saudi Arabia over here. Now, if you see this in Hebrew, it says Haluach Afrikani, the African plate. Here it is right here. Israel is sitting right here. Israel is sitting on the Haluach Afrikani, which means that Israel is northeast Africa.
Without question, we are in northeast Africa. We are landlocked to Egypt, with the exception of the Suez Canal, which was a man-made ditch, a boundary now between. In fact, it's not even really a boundary anymore, since Egypt has reclaimed the Sinai Peninsula. But nevertheless, even those of us who are Pan-Africanists in our thinking and Afrocentric, we forget and we leave off that portion of northeast Africa and don't want to claim anything beyond that.
Europeans classified this area as the Middle East. You know, and then since this the Middle East, the other question, where the Middle West? Where the Middle North and where the Middle South? They don't have no geographical terms like that.
Right now, we're looking at the poll here. 21% say they know, 40% say they don't know, while others just said that they are not sure. All right, so we're going to end the poll right here. All right, if you know who the three kings are, let's see, type it in. Type in your answer, and we'll highlight some of the answers before I reveal it to you. And I'm going to drop the link inside the comment section for your result. so you can once we wrap up, if those that want to jump on and jump in, have a quick question or discussion or whatever. All right. So if you know who the three kings are, type it in real quick and we'll go through it. If you don't know, don't worry about it. I'm going to show you anyway. All right. Well, I'm just going to go into it. Not going to take too much time because I know it's kind of late. All right. So let's go ahead and reveal. All right. Let's see here. All right. Tunaraya says Melkor, Gaspar, Belthazar. All right. Let's see who else do we have here. All right. The Vandals, Haruli and Ostrogoth. Okay. Abraham, Isaac, Jacob. All right. Bithiah, Yah, Bat Yah, Israel. U.S., Rome, Spain. Okay. Let's see here. All right. Vatican, Arabs, Khazarians. Okay. Let's see here. Rome, Greece, Egypt, U.S., Spain. Okay. All right. My brother, Go Black to Africa. Yeah, y'all need to go visit Dimona, Israel, and meet these brothers. Yeah, I met some of them up in New York. They're really some really good brothers. They're really some good brothers. But yeah, need to travel over to see these brothers. Appreciate you, my brother, and all the work the labor that you're putting in. Really appreciate it. Let's see here. All right. We'll take a couple more. Branch, France, Spain by Brother Straight. Let me see. Let's see. Strictly that. Who else do we have here? Daniel Floyd, Iraq, Egypt, Libya. All right. Dink Friesen, Saul, David, Solomon. A couple more. Yah's son, Babylon, Persian, Greek. All right. So let's see here. Don. Let's see here. The Harlot, EU, 10 crowns, 13 lines, global financial. All right. So let me go ahead and answer this question. All right. America, Russia, China. All right. Let's see here. C. Brooks 16, Rome, Greece, Egypt, U.S., UK. And C. Brooks, reach out to me offline because if I recall that you work in the music, you play some instruments, and I want to get with you, see if you are interested in some of your work on a project that I'm working on. So feel free to reach out. I'm working on part 3, the conclusion to the road to Savannah, and I'm trying to put some see if I could get some original work that can help promote and broadcast artists that have independent artists. So feel free to reach out to me via email to let me know. All right. So who else we have here again? And we're going to get into it. We're going to answer the question. America, Russia, China. All right. So let's go ahead and answer this question. Let's go and answer this question. Let's answer this question. Who are the 3 kings? Now, this is going to surprise a lot of you guys. And he shall subdue 3 kings. Let me show you who the 3 kings are. First, let's deal with the Hebrew word, the Hebrew definition of subdue. This is what he's going to do to the 3 kings, right? Shafel, right? And the Israeli, Shapal, in the ancient Hebrew. That's the pronunciation of the word. But it says to depress or sink, to humiliate, bring down, cast down, put down, bring, right? Bring, be lay, right? Make, put, right? Or be lower, right? Bring lower, lay lower, make lower, put lower. And then the sub entry we see here, entry number 1, rather, we see to be or become low, sink, be humbled, be abased. So this kingdom is going to cast down the three kings. But we need to know who the three kings are. Let me show you. Who is this diverse beast who shall subdue the three kings? Before we deal with that beast, but let me show you who the three kings. Who are the three kings? Here we go. Drum roll. 2 Kings chapter 3, verse 7 through 10 is going to give you the answer. Let's see who these three kings are. And he went and sent to Jehoshaphat, the king of Judah, saying, the king of Moab hath rebelled against me. Wait a minute. Wow, the Moabites is all over the place, right? We dealing with them in Numbers. We dealt with them in Nehemiah, right? The king of Moab hath rebelled against me. Wilt thou go against me, Moab, to battle? And he said, I will go up. I am as thou art, my people as thy people, and my horses as thy horses. Verse 8, and he said, which way shall we go up? And he said, and he answered, the way through the wilderness of Edom. Verse 9, here's the three kings, family. So the king of Israel went, the king of Judah went, right? So the king of Israel went, and the king of Judah, and the king of Edom, and they fetched a compass of 7 days' journey. And there was no water for the host and for the cattle that follow them. Verse 10, and the king of Israel said, alas, that Yahweh hath called these three kings together to deliver them into the hands of Moab. So the three kings that this beast is going to subdue is the northern kingdom, because that's what Israel represents, right? The three kings are the kings, right, of Israel, which is the northern kingdom, the king of Judah, which is the southern kingdom, and the king of Edom, which is the Edomites. I know that done messed up some of you guys' theology, because a lot of our brothers and sisters, they be railing on Esau. They be railing on the Edomites, right? Remember, Deuteronomy said, do not abhor an Edomite. They said they are our brothers. But we have to understand, when you even read, and I don't have it in this document here, right? When you read about the Jews as we know them, they tell you that they converted by way of Esau. Oh gosh, I know that done messed some of you guys up. See, this beast is going to cast down all three of these people, all three of these groups, Israel and the Edomites, because we know that Herod the Great was an Edomite. His father Antipater, right, had a relationship with the Romans and the Greeks. That's how King Herod got put into place. But do you know when they sacked Jerusalem, when the Romans sacked Jerusalem, they didn't care about the Edomites because the Edomites looked like the Israelites. They were dwelling in the same territory. Remember, when you start studying Heronicus, he was the one that went against Malachi chapter 1 and allowed the Edomites to dwell among them. You had Udamea and you had Udea, right? That look, right? That was not far from each other, but they look like the same people. Now, we know that the Edomites, some of the Edomites went and mixed with other nations, right? We know that some of Israel went and mixed with other nations. But guess what? The Edomites did not get completely absorbed by other nations. They didn't. It's a fact. Just like Israel didn't get absorbed by other nations. Right? So I want to make this clear. That still Edomites exist. I got an old video, I got to look for it, about Edomites that look just like you and I. They make it clear that they are descendants of Edom over in Africa. Not all of the Edomites got absorbed. All right. Many of them mixed. I'm not saying that many of them didn't mix, but We'll deal with that another time. We'll deal with that another time. But I want to make sure you guys understand the Edomites did not get completely absorbed. Right? So the three kings are Israel, Judah, and Edom. Because guess what? The same hocus pocus that was played on us is being played on them. Because many people think that, hey, what you see of the Israelites today, according to them, is what they see right now. See, we are dealing with the same delusion. They like someone posted, Pastor Darby, all of us got jacked. The Egyptians getting jacked with their identity. The Babylonians getting jacked. The Sumerians getting jacked. Everyone that has a connection to Israel is getting jacked right now. So you think that they're going to change the identity of the ancient Israelites and not touch Esau? The Edomites, not touch Egypt? They've been trying to touch Ethiopia. Come on, family. We got to take off that hat of Christianity and Catholicism and not put on the hat of Judaism. Esau, remember, when I proved it in the source that I shared, Esau was dark-skinned. Remember, the dark-skinned Hebrews found great beauty in the clear complexion. Edom is dark-skinned. And the reason why they placed a point of emphasis on Esau's skin complexion is because Esau was hairy all over. And they wanted to make sure that Esau, or that we were clear that Esau did not have any skin blemishes. He was not albinism. He did not lack pigmentation, because it would have been noted. All right. Adam does not mean, or Adamawanai, or Adamni, or Adamnai rather, does not mean non-pigmentation. Lentils have a dark hue to it. All right. So the three kings is the king of Israel, northern kingdom, Judah, southern kingdom, and Edom. Read up on what the Most High got upset about Moab for doing when they profaned the king of Edom burial place. Look it up. I'm not going to give you the answer. Look it up. So let's go to Daniel chapter 7, verse 25. We're getting there. And he shall speak great words, Malai, against the Most High, and shall wear out Bala'ah, the not saint, Quadayash, right, of the Most High, Quadayash. Who is the holy people of the Most High? Israel. This is not dealing with the Catholics. That word saint was created strictly for the Catholics, a canonized person within the Catholic Church. When we see Quadash Yai, which comes from the primitive root word Quadash, it means holy. It means anointed, consecrated of the Most High, and think to change times and laws, and they shall be given into his hand until a time and times and the dividing of times. So he shall speak great words against the Most High. Well, guess what? I'm going to show you some great words. I already showed you in the intro, Hebrew definition of great words. Notice this here. It says here, right? The ancient word is malah, and the Israeli is melah, right? So not getting into all of the dots and all that stuff, but Israeli melah, right? But in the ancient Hebrew, it would be malah. But a word, command, discourse, right? And then when we look at the word discourse, right, this is what discourse means. Process of understanding, reasoning, thought, a running about, conversation, reasoning, to run about, run to and fro. Wait, doesn't that sound like Hasatan? To and fro, hasten, right? So wear out. This is what he's going to do. He's going to try to wear Yah's people out, bala, which means to fail, to wear out, decay, consume, use up completely. So we're going to keep changing things up to make us just get tired of trying. Come on, family. I'm sure you guys have been there before. You get to a point, you're like, man, with all this stuff happening, man, I'm just getting tired of trying. I'm just getting tired. I am just getting tired of trying, man. What's the use? Some of you guys have developed that mindset. Some of you guys have entered that mindset. Well, ain't no use to trying because we got to let them run their course. No, we don't have to sit back here and let these guys run their course. The Most High is raising up people to turn us back to his laws, statutes, and commandments. He's raising up deliverers. Now, the ultimate redeemer, we're still waiting to come, but we're not supposed to be sitting here docile and letting people run amok within our community. No, But that's what this beast wants to do. This fourth beast wants to change times and laws to wear out Yah's people. See, most of you guys, when you deal with times and laws, you keep focusing on the Shabbat. It's more to that than just the Shabbat. Let me give you another example. Man, be well doing. Be not weary in well doing. Be not weary in well doing. What law will they create or change? Let's deal with the legal definition of anti-Semitism, right? It says here, right? Because this is a law or a legal document that most don't even know about. Remember what we shared about Kanye West? Most of us don't know what this means. When we think of anti-Semitism, we go to the academic perspective of it, but we don't go into this here. This is state.gov, family. For those who don't know, state.gov is a government website. State.gov, government website, calling for aiding or justifying the killing or harming of Jews, right? That's under one of the bullets of anti-Semitism that you see here. All right. Making mendacious, demonizing, or stereotypical allegations about Jews as such, or the power of Jews as a collective, especially but not exclusively, the myth about a world Jewish conspiracy or of Jewish controlling the media, economy, government, or other societal institutions. Accusing Jews as a people of being responsible for real or imagined wrongdoing committed by a single Jewish person or group, the state of Israel, or even the facts committed by non-Jews. It says accusing the Jews as a people or Israel as a state of inventing, exaggerating the Holocaust. Accusing Jewish citizens of being more loyal to Israel or to alleged priorities of Jews worldwide than the interests of their own nation. See, what's interesting here, man, I got to see if I can find the video, right? Because there was a congresswoman who exposed some of the agreements that each one of the people in Congress have to agree to when they come into office, when they swear in. And one of them is supporting Israel, supporting the Jewish state, to support the Jewish community as we know them. But how is that not, being loyal to Israel? If they got to take a pledge, they got to sign agreements when they come into Congress. Come on, family. That is real, family. Let me see if I can. Let me see if I can find it here, and I'm going to play it here. Let me share it with you real quick. Let me see here. I may have it here. What's her name? I think this is it right here. Let's see here. Nah, not this one. Let me see if it's this one. If I can download it, I think I may have it embedded in one of my presentations. If I could download it, I'll play it for you guys. Bear with me 1 second, trying to see if it's in this one, because I have it. I can't remember her name, but she really exposed. And needless to say, she only served one term. Let's see here. All right. Let's see here. All right, let's see here. Nah, this is not what I want. Let me open up another one. If not, we'll just save it for the next live we do. Let me close this out as well because I want to take up my resources here. Let me see if I can try one more file. Let me close that out. Bear with me 1 second, family. I'm just trying to find. That's not in that one. We almost finished here. Let's see here. All right, let's see here. All right. All right, let me open up one more file. If not, family, we're gonna have to just call it a wrap with that one, and I'll just show it another time. But there's a congresswoman who exposed the agenda. All right, let me try this one last one. I think it's this one right here. If not, we'll forget it. Excuse me. I thought it was the identity theft part too. I know it's not that one. I could have sworn it was that. All right, I'll try one more time. I know it's not these older ones. Yeah, family, I'll just have to find it for the next one. I know it's getting late. If I remember where it is, I'll bring it over. I don't see it here. Let me try this one last file. If not, we'll call it a wrap. I think I see one here. Is that a template? Yeah, that's a template. That's not what I was looking for. Yeah, I have the video, but I just can't remember where the video is. All right, but if it comes to me, I'll play it. Let me try one more time. All right, let me try this one more. I think I may have found it. All right, while we're searching for that, actually, I think I found it. I think I may have found it. I'm gonna show you this video, and then we only got a couple more slides to go, and I'm gonna drop the link in the comment section for anyone that want to jump in. But I really want y'all to hear this video here. Former Congresswoman who exposed the agreements. And see, family, it's so many things. When I say witchcraft, calculated witchcraft, so much calculated witchcraft that is going on around us right now. Let's see here. Oh, I thought it was this one. It's not that one. All right. I thought it was that one, family. Let me try one more. Let's see here. think it's in this one. Oh, that's a template. Yeah. I have to look for it, family. I don't want to waste too much time. I'll try one more file. If not, we'll go to another one. I mean, we'll continue on. But I thought I had it here. I really thought I had it here. Man, I could have sworn I had it. No, it's definitely not this one. Oh man, I could have sworn I had it here. Yeah, I'll just have to look for it, family. And yeah. Man, I thought I had it. I know it when I see it. Nope, that's not it. All right, let's go ahead and get into it, family. I don't want to hold you guys too much longer than what I need to. I'll just have to look for it, and we'll have it for the next one. But let's go ahead and get into it. All right, let's go ahead and finish this up. All right, so accusing Jewish citizens of being more loyal to Israel or to alleged priorities. Matter of fact, let me Google it real quick. All right, C. Brooks. Is this a C. Brooks that you posted? Is this who we're referring to? Let me see if this is who we're referring to. All right. All right, C. Brooks, if this is the link that you posted here. It may be her. Let me see if I could pull it up. Because I really want you guys to see this right here. So you can understand the influence here. No, it's not her. I know it's not her. It's not her. It's an older congresswoman. She was an older lady. Yeah, I have to look it up. All right. Well, we'll disregard. We won't keep wasting any more time looking her up. So yeah. All right. So that's what they say here. Accusing Jewish citizens of being more loyal to Israel. Someone else posted a comment. Carolyn. Let's see. Let's see here. Yeah, so while I teach it, if you guys want to look it up, do some research on it while I continue move forward with this, because I don't want to take too much time trying to find it. Because I know it's there. I just can't remember her name. I downloaded the video and everything. But anyway, let's go ahead and continue. If you guys come across it, in the end, we'll go back over it, but I don't want to waste too much time. But these are some of the things: accusing Jewish citizens of being more loyal to Israel or to alleged priorities of Jews worldwide than to the interests of their own nations. Now, I want to take you guys to this here, the Civil Rights Title 6, right? What just came down the pipe. And thank you for someone forwarded this to me. I don't have the information in front of me, but forwarded this to me, brought this to my attention about the Civil Rights Title 6. And look at this here, family, right? See, dealing with calculated witchcraft. But notice what it says here. U.S. Department of Education, when I say calculated witchcraft, signing laws into place that we don't even have a clue about what's going on. I just believe that the civil rights, man, that was a Trojan horse for our people, because everyone else with different agendas are using what many in our community have, have been pumping their chests out with. I don't believe that this is what Martin Luther King intended for civil rights to be. I believe he was really focusing on his own people. But notice this here. Yesterday, the U.S. Department of Education Office for Civil Rights released a fact sheet protecting students from discrimination based on shared ancestry or ethnic characteristics. Wait a minute. Do you guys see what's happening here? They are putting things in place to protect, right? Basically, multi-ethnic, multiracial groups. Let me say that again. They are putting items in place and they're using the educational system to push this agenda. Where is this doing this here? Right? They're using the educational system, starting with going at our children, to push this system. Protecting students from discrimination based on shared ancestry or ethnic characteristics, explaining ways that Title VI of the Civil Rights Act of 1964, which protects students from race, color, and national origin discrimination, covers students who are or are perceived to be Jewish. Wait a minute, but according to Jonathan, the ADL guy, Greenblatt, he said that the Jewish community is multiracial. So made up with a number of people with different races and different ethnics. So who are perceived to be Jewish, Christian, Muslim, Sikh, or however you want to pronounce it, Hindu, Buddhist. But look who's being put right at the forefront. I want to see some statistics because we know the ADL CEO has been misrepresenting the numbers. He stated that the situation in Jersey City, he tried to say those guys were connected to a camp, which the attorney made it clear that they weren't. Tried to point the fingers at our group being anti-Semitic, taking out actions against them. He also brought up about a rabbi or a Jewish guy being shot with a BB gun, and come to find out it was a Jewish guy that did it. But he, in the ADL on the Breakfast Club, was pointing the fingers at our community. I want to see these numbers. I want to see these numbers. I'm going to do some research to see who are they pointing to. Who are they? Who are they? Who are they? I want to see who's the perpetrators in this. Because truth be told, anyway, I'm not even going to go there. I'm not even going to get into that portion of it. But the rise in reports of anti-Semitic incidents, including at schools, underscore the critical importance of addressing discrimination based on shared ancestry. Wait a minute, shared, that's multiracial. Shared ancestry or ethnic characteristics. Wait a minute. So this is them promoting that the Jewish community is a race, even though according to the Supreme Court, the Jewish community in this country are identified as being Caucasians. So for decades, OCR has investigated and resolved complaints of discrimination and harassment based on a student's shared, this is basically saying mixed race or ethnic characteristics. That's a glorified term by saying mixed race. Right? So anyone that falls up under these Jewish, Christians, Muslims, and all this other stuff, mixed races, They're identifying Jewish mixed race, Christians mixed race, Muslim mixed race, Sikh mixed race, Hindu mixed race, Buddhist. That's what they're saying here. Or of other religious groups. Look at the protection. They started at the educational level. Right? Man, the civil rights, man, we got hustled, family. We've been bamboozled. Here it is, our people. We talk about the Willie Lynch letter, right? There's two key words that's in the Willie Lynch letter. That's uncivilized and civilized, right? And the Negro, the uncivilized Negro, right, is that person who did not want to succumb to slavery. He fought against the system. The civilized Negro was the ones that embraced the system. Those that have been buck broken. That's what it means, right? As far as the Willie Lynch letter was all about. So when we fought to be for civil rights, that is saying that we're fighting so that way you won't refer to us as being barbarians, and we want to become citizens of what is the level or what has been established as the criteria of being civilized. Let me just pull up do a quick Google and do the etymology of civil. So we want to be like the oppressors. And I believe the scripture tells us, envy not the ways of the oppressor. So when you see the word civil, it says meaning not barbarous, civilized, is from 1550s, relating to the Commonwealth as secularly organized, relating to the citizen in his relation to the Commonwealth or to the fellow citizens, right? So when you look at that, the sense of polite, right? Courtesy, courteous is the more commonly said of superiors, civil of inferiors, since it implies or suggests the possibility of incivility or rudeness. But it says again, the thing that really stands out, not barbarous, in other words, not being barbarians, civilized. Come on, family. Civil rights. We want to be treated and be held at the same standards of the very people that enslaved us. We want to let them set the standards for what's deemed to be civil, so to speak. While at the same time, they were doing all kinds of barbarous type acts towards our people. Come on, family. Notice this here, laws of suppressing boycott. But they said, if you accuse or if you give any type of inclination that the Jewish community is all for Israel, then that is considered anti-Semitism. But notice this here, laws suppressing boycotts of Israel. We don't see this saying anything about boycotting, let's just say, Germany, boycotting Russia, boycotting Korea, boycotting China. Laws suppressing boycotts of Israel don't prevent discrimination. They violate civil liberties. Right? Laws suppressing boycotts of Israel don't prevent discrimination. They violate civil liberties. A number of states recently passed laws that require state contractors, including teachers, lawyers, newspapers, and journalists, and even students who want to judge high school debate tournaments, to certify that they are not participating in politically motivated boycotts against Israel. Dozens of states have considered such anti-BDS laws, and a bipartisan group of 73 senators recently passed a bill. So to be part of as it says here, who wants to judge high school debate tournaments, right? Also, contractors. If you're trying to get a government contract, right? It says recently passed laws that require state contractors, including teachers, lawyers, newspapers, and journalists, even students who want to judge a high school debate tournament. Look at this. Contractors, teachers, lawyers, newspapers, and if you even want to be on a high school debate team, you have to certify that you are not participating in politically motivated boycotts against Israel. But yet you cannot say that the Jews is all, if you say that the Jewish community is all about Israel, the interests of Israel, then that's anti-Semitism. But what is this right here? Come on, family. What is this right here? What is this right here? We can't talk about this. Oh, come on, family. See, there's laws in place, as we just highlighted, about other groups that may be mixed with other cultures. But with our culture, it didn't matter if Massa couldn't keep his hands to himself and raped our women and produced a seed. It didn't matter if Massa's wife, mistress is whatever, the master's wife could not keep her hands to herself and went and messed with the Negro mandingos. You know what I mean? It didn't matter, because regardless of that, they had in place the one drop Negro blood rule, that no matter what, even if you had one drop of blood, of Negro blood in your body, that's when you get into the brown paper bag, you were still classified as being a Negro. You were still classified as being black. But yet, when it comes to these different communities, they could be multiracial and still be one race at the same time. Who is black? One nation's definition. One nation's definition. This definition reflects the long experience with slavery and later with Jim Crow segregation. In the South, it became known as the one drop rule, meaning that a single drop of black blood makes a person a black. It is also known as the one ancestral rule. Some courts have called it the traceable amount rule, and anthropologists called it the hypo descent rule, meaning that racial mixed persons are assigned the status of the subordinate group. Some courts have called it the traceable amount rule. All right. So it goes on to say, meaning the racial mixed person assigned to the status of the subordinate group that's duplicate. This definition emerged from the American South to become the nation's definition, generally accepted by whites and blacks. Blacks had no other choice. As we shall see, this American culture definition of blacks is taken for granted as readily by judges, affirmative action groups, officers, and black protesters as it is by Ku Klux Klansmen. So wait a minute. So we got the one drop rule for us, but others get to say that they're multiracial by way of religion and get protection. You see how generic, let's go back here. Look at how generic this thing is, family. I got to really read this. Look how generic this is, family. Look how generic this is. Students who are or are perceived to be Jewish, Christian, Muslim, perceived, that has the same undertones of the anti-Semitism laws, because this is dealing with perceived. Right? Let me see here. I thought I saw something here. Right here, accusing Jews as a people being responsible for real or imagined wrongdoings committed by a single Jewish person. Come on, family. This is so generic, family. It's so generic. Let's fast forward. Let's get ready to wrap this up. I'm going to drop the link in the comment section. Right? You see this here all about Israel, but we can't say that it's all about Israel or that's anti-Semitism. You know, they could say that they're multicultural, but multiracial and still be considered a race called Jewish, so to speak. But with us, regardless of who mixed with our race, we were still called black. And we were still, even those that were mixed were still enslaved. Come on, family. Come on, family. This is not the first time the educational system were used to push that agenda, their agenda. When we go to the Education Day, March 26, 1991, guess what? This is where they officially implemented the Noahide laws. Here it is right here, the Lubavitch movement and all of that, right? This is, as you see here, right? March 26, 1991, there's the link right there. You can go and validate this. This is Education Day, but yet on Education Day, it had something attached to it. Education Day in the U.S., not March 26, 1991. Whereas Congress recognizes the historical tradition of ethnical values and principles, which are the basis of civilized society. See, when you see civilized, you can really get the gist of who it's referring to. Society and upon our great nation was founded. But notice this here. Whereas these ethical values and principles have been the bedrock of society from the dawn of civilization when they were known as the 7 Noahide laws. Wait a minute. What does the Education Day have anything to do with the 7 Noahide laws? And it goes on to say, whereas society is profoundly concerned with the recent weakening of these principles that has resulted in crisis that beleaguered and threaten the fabric of civilized society. Wait a minute. And then it goes on to say here, whereas the Lubavitch movement has fostered and promoted these ethnical values and principles throughout the world. Wait a minute. What does this have to do with Education Day? How are we getting into the Lubavitch movement, which is a Jewish sect of similar to the Orthodox or Hasidic Jews, that they're looking for their Messiah is the Rabbi, right? As you see here, Rabbi Menachem Mendel Schneerson, leader of the Lubavitch movement, is universally respected and revered, and his 89th birthday falls on March 26, 1991, whereas in tribute to this great spiritual leader, this Rabbi, his 90th year will be seen as one of education and giving, the year in which we return to educate. Come on, family. What? The world to the moral and ethic values contained in the 7 Noahide laws. Come on, family. What they teach is that the covenant that the Most High gave to Noah was a covenant of 7 laws. And those laws are for all those that are not blood descendant of Israel. Right? I didn't put in some of the Talmud here. I didn't want to get into all of that. And that's what they teach. That there's a covenant, the Noahide laws for all those that's not blood descendant of Israel. When actually the Noahide covenant is the same covenant that was handed down that went from Adam to Noah, from Noah to Shem or Sham, from Shem or Sham to Abraham, from Abraham to Israel. It's the same covenant. And it wasn't just 7 laws. Whereas this will be reflected is an international scroll of honor signed by the President of the United States. Come on, family. The Lubavitch movement, this is what I covered here. Was the Lubavitch Rabbi really the Messiah? So yeah, they was looking at Schneerson, right? Message that the Messiah was nigh. They even thought he was the Messiah, right? His followers identified him at least potentially as the long expected Messiah, and were sure he saw himself in that light. Many Lubavitchers, how many is matter of dispute, continue to view him as the Messiah, who either is not actually dead or will return from the dead. Some was actually waiting around his grave, waiting for him to be resurrected. When we look at Rabbi, what does it mean? Rabbi means my master or my teacher. Whether you are a small child learning the Aleph Bet or an expert scholar selling the seeds of the Talmud, you call your teacher Rabbi. right? There's another meaning to the title Rabbi, one especially associated with a rabbi. They call him Baal Shem Tov. Well, who is Baal Shem Tov? Notice here, founder of Hasidism, known by the acronym Bashit. Little known of his life, a few reliable biographical documents exist according to legend. He was orphaned while a child and spent a great deal of time in solitude and meditation. Right? But notice some of the things that it points out about him. Right? We're by virtue of his prayers and amulets. In other words, he worked with charms. Notice this here. Right? The charms that he prepared contained only his own and his mother's name. Wait a minute, he's preparing charms? Wait a minute, we're not supposed to be prepared. You see this stuff here, family? But let me show you one key thing, and we're going to wrap this up. 10 horns, 10 crowns, the 10 Sephardic, and their blasphemy. Wait a minute, I said 10 horns, 10 crowns, but I mentioned the 10 Sephardic because when I read Revelation chapter 13, 10 crowns. Daniel chapter 7, 10 kings. And when we look at, and this is what gave me the revelation about where we're going at tonight, is I know the 10 Sephardic, right? Let me show you this here. Y'all remember this? This 10 Sephardic is supposed to be the diagram of the Ein Sof body. The Ein Sof, the 10 Sephardic, has 10 parts, right? This is supposed to be the torso here, right? The Yesod, and what is the supposed to be the Shekinah. Yesod is the foundation, the male reproductive organ, and the Shekinah, the lower part, the female reproductive organ, which they teach that the Ein Sof, or the Most High, is a hermaphrodite. So let me let you hear this real quick, and this is what I taught years ago about who is that beast. Because many would talk about the Catholic Church. We already know what the Catholic Church has done, but the Catholic Church is just a daughter of this beast. So let me play one more video. I'm going to drop the link in the comment section. I hope this helped you guys. I know I gave you a lot of information, but let me play this here while I drop the link in the comment section as we wrap up. All right, let me drop this here. I want you to pay attention to this here. I played it in the beginning, but I'm going to play it one more time as we conclude. I didn't even realize it's almost 3 o'clock in the morning. All right, let's play this here. Where is it? Here we go. Let me allow them to explain what the 10 Sephardic is.
The 10 Sephiroth. One popular interpretation shows these characteristics as a map of God's body. Kabbalists believe that if they can understand God's anatomy, they can learn how his powers work. These ancient drawings reveal that God's body is similar to humans. The top symbolizes God's head, which is the source of will, wisdom, and understanding. Below that are symmetrically arranged organs and limbs, representing love, power, beauty, eternity, and splendor. The most unusual part of the diagram contains sensual imagery. The ninth part of God, called the foundation, is the phallus, or procreative life force of the universe. But according to the Sephiroth, God also has female components. The final element, often called Shekinah, was depicted as the feminine half of God.
You hear that? Said that it mentions the feminine half of God, right? That's the Sephiroth, right? The 10 Sephiroth, right? The female. I mean, and then it's saying that the 10 Sephiroth, right, has a female side to it, a male and female side to it. That's what the Shekinah represents. You will not find that word Shekinah in the scriptures. That is supposed to be the feminine side of the Most High, according to Jewish mysticism. Let me see. Let me find something here real quick, because I want to explain this last video. I dropped a link. I want to show you something here. Oh, it's not in here. I thought I had it in here. I was going to explain the Ein Sof, which is the infinite one, according to Jewish mysticism. And this is why you heard the clip that I played when it says, in the beginning, it created God. In other words, infinity. Remember that rabbi was referring to, he was saying infinity created God. He was like, hey, this may sound crazy, but that's what he was saying. Infinity created God. All right. So let me play exactly that video and you can see what he's referring to. He's referring to the Ein Sof, that diagram that we just shared. Oh, I thought I had, man, I got to start really grouping my presentations better. But let me play this real quick. And then I'm going to bring those in the background in. So let me play this real quick as I bring those that are in the back here waiting. Let me play this here real quick for you guys so you guys can see what I mean. This is explaining the Ein Sof, the infinite one. This is why this guy said it was infinity that created God. In other words, the infinite one, the Ein Sof.
This is how the Zohar interprets the opening words of Genesis. The Hebrew is Bereshit bara Elohim, which we usually translate, in the beginning, God created. But the Zohar insists on reading the words in the precise order in which they appear in Hebrew. Bereshit, in the beginning, bara, it created, Elohim, God. In the beginning, it created God. The Zohar takes that to mean, in the beginning, infinity created God. Now, what could that possibly mean? God is now the object of the verse, not the subject, which sounds impossible or heretical, but the Zohar, I think, is saying that infinity is the true reality of God. Anything else that we call God is puny compared to that. That's our...
Just had to give him the garbage can. I just couldn't. I just had to do it. You know, I know we covered a lot tonight, and I appreciate you guys for tuning in. And I'm going to let ladies go first. The lady go first here, Miss Michelle Anderson. Appreciate you for jumping on here. And I see Fast Nickel. I thought Don was on, but he dropped off. But Miss Michelle Anderson, anything you want to share tonight?
Hi, Pastor. Yeah, I always say, and we hold the door open for these other groups to just kind of take over, right? And I think someone had mentioned the civil, and I think you two had mentioned the civil rights movement and how that really wasn't effective for us. And this brings to mind a few questions for me. I think that it's curious how these people, I'll just say, just for general, the imposters have been able to come in and uphold this so-called race, religious classification, when so many Zionists and a lot of these higher ADL types are atheists, right? They have no belief or spiritual connection at all. So not only lineage, but are they, devoid of that, but they're also devoid of any spiritual connection other than, Satan, But I think that this conversation tonight also kind of diverted me to another question. And I try to find some answers in some of your older videos, but I wanted to ask you directly. I don't know if earlier in your faith, if you have ever come across that list of the 12 tribes, and it lists sort of our modern or the modern races, or I hate to say races, or lineages, and how they're attached to the 12 tribes. Have you ever run across that at all?
heard people talk about it. As far as I know, certain camps,
Yeah.
push the 12 tribe chart. I'm not an advocate
Yeah.
of it
I'm not
because I
either.
know even one of the guys that was like an elder there, I got a old video of him saying that they made it up, to reach out to more people. But I'm not an advocate of it. Now I know one of the things that they teach is that the Spanish
Right.
are Israelites. Now I will say, no, not Spanish, the Native Americans here. Now I would say there's some truth to it, you know what I mean, as far as from that perspective, because there are some Native Americans that have been, when you study James Adair, and I've been teaching on this for years, even before, I heard about, these camps, but there are proof that some of the Native Americans here were Hebrews, but it doesn't
The Aboriginal,
coincide with,
right?
yeah,
So the Aboriginal, right,
yeah,
not the
yeah,
Euro-Asian, right?
yeah, because when you study Mansa Musa, his brother, it's documented that they had
right,
trades going on here, and it's documented. Like I said, James Adair, he has a book. I can't remember the name of the book, but he studied the areas of Alabama, Georgia, I believe even Mississippi was included in there, Florida, South Carolina, that area of having Hebrews that was here already by the time the Spain and all those guys got to this area. So, but I'm not an advocate. I'm not. I don't. Agree with the 12 tribes chart. I'm not an advocate of that.
Right. I've brought it up before. I've gotten kind of pushback from it because it just doesn't seem like it lines up biblically. And of course, when I have these questions, I struggle to try to find it in the word and just kind of clarify it a little bit, just to have a more direct answer. It never kind of sat right with me. And I was looking to see if you had something in your teaching, but I'm glad to be able to kind of confirm that train of thought with you on that, because I'm starting to hear it even more with like even some of newer friends or fellowship that I may meet in the faith, that they're kind of drawing back on that 12 tribes outline. And it seems like there again, another opening for not only deception, what we or what you have classified as witchcraft. It is all a form of a spell and witchcraft, but yet another opportunity for a birthright to be counterfeited, right? So I just wanted to get some feedback from you and I'll also offer caution. So I appreciate that.
That's why we're living in a day and time that, as Christ told us, we have to, what he said to his disciples, that he said to them that hearken. He said, behold, hearken. In other words, listen with intelligence. Let no man deceive you. This is before he started expounding on the end times, and we just got to, in the day and time that we live, we just have to be careful. I mean, I know we were scattered across the country, but even when we look at Mexico, for example, right? If we say that, I'm hearing some feedback in the background. You guys go mute your mic real quick, and we'll get to you in a second. No, I can hear you, sis. You can leave yours unmuted. But for example, for us to say, let's just say Mexico. If we say all the Mexicans are Israelites, then that's a really broad brush, right? Because I have documents, of how Mexicans, there's a Negro community that is being discriminated against from the Mexican government. I do have documents of, a Negro community that was on those slave ships that the slave ship crashed into Mexico, and they came off those ships saying, hey, look, we Moranos, and we speak better Spanish than you guys, but they were treated a certain way. So when we say that, let's just say all the Puerto Ricans or all the Cubans is this tribe and this, that, and that, we just open ourselves up for a lot of, how can I put it? It just opened ourselves up to a lot of attacks, a lot of unnecessary conversation, because when we look at it, even the Puerto Ricans, they were almost completely wiped out. Just a handful of them made it to the mountains. And to say that this is who this group right here is, this tribe right here, I just think that we have to be careful when it comes to that, because we already know that just because all of us are dark skinned doesn't mean that we all are Israel. So that's similar to say that all the Aboriginals here are Israel, because remember, it wasn't just Israel traveling. Esau spoke Hebrew.
Right.
When you think about it. So I just, not trying to knock anything, knock the camps or anything like that. I just don't agree with the chart. You know what I mean? I never agree with it. To each his own. But again, I just don't fall in line. I'm not just one of those that embrace it. I'm sure that they probably say certain things about me, but I just don't embrace that chart.
Yeah, I agree. It just doesn't quite line up. I don't think it quite lines up with Bible, with kind of the biblical, or even just the geographical history, right? It just, I don't know, it just doesn't make sense to me, really it doesn't. But if that needs to change in my mind, I look forward to the Most High God changing it. But I have gotten some pushback on it. I just really try not to say anything about it at all when those conversations come up, but it always kind of like burns in my brain, so, but I do appreciate you kind of sitting in the same place that I am on that as well.
Well, I appreciate you jumping on. I know I went a little geek mode tonight. I was trying to, how can I put it, harness my geek mode, keep it in, but it still came out a little bit. So I went kind of brain mode tonight, but I hope the lesson helped out just to give some clarity with some of the things that we see that are happening right now. I mean, even with, I tell you, when you really go into the prophecies, it hits so many things on the nail of what we're dealing with right now with 100% accuracy.
It does. I think sometimes you have to kind of watch that slow burn of anger. When you see these laws and things like that are being written to really create an even larger, divide, but also to push us back into that zero placement of value. And it is. It's definitely a conspiracy, a heightened conspiracy. Of all the others, it's another heightened conspiracy against our people. So, of all the things that we have to battle against spiritually, now you have even these more laws, more misrepresentation. You have, of course, our politicians that are worthless, in our communities, absolutely worthless. So yeah, you have to definitely pray away and be considerate of that slow burn of anger.
Absolutely. Well, hey, I appreciate you coming on tonight. And anytime, anyone you want to throw in the garbage can before I let you go.
I want to throw, what was it? Lunovich, whatever the name was.
Yeah, the Lubavitch movement. Yeah.
Lubavitch movement. Whoever that was, throw him into the garbage can tonight. For sure. Good night, Pastor. Thank you for your teaching.
Right. Appreciate you. Thank you. Have a great Shabbat. All right. Fast Nickel. How are you doing, my brother? And then I see Mr. Pirate Brain. I see Victor, and I see Don Peak. It looks like he's having troubles with his connection here. Don keep going in and out, but You got the helm fast, Nickel.
Good evening. How are you this evening? Shalom.
I'm doing great. Shalom to you.
So I have two comments or two questions regarding tonight's teaching, and then I have a question regarding the all of your teachings are fascinating. What I love about them is they make you put your thinking cap on and reevaluate everything. So that's what I love. So the teaching that you gave about 10 days ago about the ADL Whoopi Goldberg video, the question I have from that is, you talked about salvation, and I wanted to know, are you doing a video on salvation, or do you have one? Because the thing that I believe is another lie that we have come to believe, you hear many Christians say, whenever you tell them something, for instance, you share what you share tonight, and their first response would be, okay, I believe you, but that doesn't affect my salvation. And the other thing that they'll say is, once saved, always saved. But when you say that, the Bible states that we live in the world, but we're supposed to be separate from the world. So if the problem with people that say once saved, always saved, they live the life no differently than someone who doesn't know God. So put your thinking cap on and reevaluate everything. So that's what I love. So the teaching that you gave about 10 days ago.
You still there, fast, Nick? We kind of breaking up.
No, I guess somebody had their video on, so it was playing back what I was talking.
Okay.
So I was just saying, the whole once saved, always saved, and doesn't affect my salvation. I was hoping that if you're doing a salvation teaching, you would go into some of that stuff, because I think there's a misconception.
Absolutely, because see, I don't believe in that once saved, always saved. Christ even said in Matthew 24, those that endure to the end shall be saved. Right? If that's true, once saved, always saved, Judas would be saved. So I don't believe in that once saved, always saved. And it's kind of like how some of the Pharisees were teaching, or hey Don, can you mute your mic for a second until we bring in? Like some of the Pharisees that believed in Christ, they were kind of teaching that about the about the circumcision, right? The law of circumcision, a similar thing that, hey, the only way you can have salvation is through being circumcised, I don't buy the once saved, always saved. And when I deal with salvation, salvation is not going to look the same from an Israelite perspective versus a non-Israelite perspective, right? Remember, the Most High is going to restore who? The Israelites. Ezekiel chapter 37, that's all about the Israelites. It's not about a church, right? Ezekiel 37, man, it's a guaranteed in the summertime, the church, if you're a Baptist church or in Kojic, somebody going to do a revival based off of that scripture. But that scripture has nothing to do with the church. It's everything to do with Israel, reviving Israel. Salvation for Israel is different. Why? Because Israel lost everything. What did the other nations lose? If anything, the other nations profited off of Israel. Now, does that mean those that are non-blood descendants of Israel have an opportunity for salvation? Absolutely, because that's where Isaiah 56 come into play. But there's a set of guidelines. And the guidelines is sons of strangers who take hold of the Shabbats, in other words, the feast days, and the covenant, which is the 10 commandments. Do those things that pleases the Most High. So if they're not doing those things that pleases the Most High, how can they say that they have salvation? So I have to look back. I know I did a teaching on it. I just have to look back over it.
Okay. And regarding tonight's presentation, so two questions I have is, you mentioned Japheth being the son of perdition. And so my question is, In John 17, verse 12, Jesus called Judas Iscariot the son of perdition. So is the son of so when you say Japheth is the son of perdition, are you saying multiple people can be the son of perdition?
Well, think about it. Christ called the Edomite, I'm not Edomites, well, the Jews or whoever he was dealing with, he called them the seed of sons and daughters of sons of Satan, right? We know that they're not the physical sons of Satan, because then that means that Satan, basically in a nutshell, had a relationship with somebody along the line. What Paul was dealing with was a different son of perdition, someone that's going to deceive. Because remember, Paul is warning, this is after Christ, after Judas and all of that. Paul is dealing with a son of perdition, said he was going to exalt himself as being the most high in the temples. Judas didn't do those things. You know what I mean?
Right.
Said that all the things that the son of perdition was going to do is what we see today by the sons of Gomer. Now, when we look at Judas betrayed the Messiah. But when you compare to what Paul is dealing with and versus what Christ is dealing with Judas, they're two different things.
Okay.
Does that make sense?
The Judas part makes sense. I'm still not 100% clear on the Japheth part.
Well, Japheth, right? And the reason why you look at Japheth, look at what the Greeks did in the Maccabees. Mm-hmm. They were trying to put their images where? Inside the scriptures. Not just in the temple, in the scriptures.
Modify scriptures.
They went into the temple. They started building up altars all through Jerusalem. They tried to make Jerusalem into Mount Olympus. That's what they even tell you that in the Maccabees. They tried to make the temple an altar for Hercules. Not Hercules, but Zeus. They were putting their images everywhere, similar to what we see Paul prophesied about. The same things, right? Look at what we see today. What images do we see when it comes to the things of the scriptures? Whose image do we see? Whether it's on the Christian side, the Catholic side, or on the Judaism side. Who image do we see inside the church? Who images do we see even in Jehovah Witnesses? All these different groups. I mean, it blew my mind years ago when I really started going into the Mormonism to find out that they teach that they are Israel. Each person that comes into Mormonism has a tribe that they believe that they descended from, that's associated with them. So when I being a former Mason, right, and also studying that to see that God stands, the acronym GOD stands for Gomer, it really puts so many different things in place, because when you look at the different descendants of Gomer, look at the influence that they have. Look at the Ashkenazis. Look at the Turkish people. Look at Javan. That's the Greeks. We could get into Edom. We could get into all these different groups. Look, so when you look at it, they still share one commonality, and that's the bloodline. And Japheth is dwelling in all of these places. Look at the Egyptians. Who face do you see as the face of the Egyptians? Who's the face you see as the face of the Arabs, which they supposed to be Hebrews, right? The original Arabs looks just like you and I. But what we see today, there are Turkish people in this documented. So when we look at Paul, verse, and you really pick apart what Paul talked about, he said their image is going to be in the temple. They're going to raise themselves up to be worshiped. When you study the slave owners, the slave masters, it's documented that the white women, their wives per se, had to reverence them just like they reverence God. I mean, it's all documented. So I understand, where the confusion is, because you have Judas over here, but then you see Paul over here. But Paul is dealing with something completely different than a Judas. Paul is dealing with a group of people that's going to take on the mantle and say that they are the Most High. The Pope runs stuff for the church, whether it's the Catholic Church or the Protestant churches, the Episcopal Church. All of them still fall up under Catholicism.
Right.
Even if they say that they don't, they still do. They're still pushing attendance and everything. So I hope that helps. But yeah, it's a different thing. And I can let me pull up the scripture too, if you want to read it real quick. But it's a different dynamic than what we're dealing with, Judas. Let me pull it up real quick. You know me with my large slides here. I'm surprised we even made it through them tonight. Let me see here. Because Paul said a lot when you start delving into the things that he prophesied about. So verse 4, matter of fact, let me see. Is that verse 4? Yeah. Look at what verse 4 says. Who opposeth and exalt himself above all that is called God. Of course, we're dealing with Elohim, and we can even take it a step further and say Yah. Or that is worshipped, so that he, as the Most High, as Elohim, some would say Elohim, sitteth in the temple of Elohim, showing himself that he is Elohim. Well, that's deep right there. And when you think about, and I had to think about the term landlord, right? Because the original slave owners, the slave masters, they were referred to landlord. Well, when you study the Babylonians, Baal of the land. In other words, Baal means Lord, right? Of the land.
Right.
It's so many levels
right.
but again, they exalted themselves to be worshipped as if they were the Most High themselves. And the Pope, according to the Catholic Church, can change scripture. He can say whatever they want to say. Guess what they did with the first day of the week? It's documented in their books, right? That they said, hey, this is the day we're going to celebrate.
Right, because, we say landlord today, but in medieval times, if you were a lord, you were considered a lord because you were a landowner.
So lord is a Germanic word, and also is a political word too, because you had like the Lords of Flatbush, right? That was a political title, but it wasn't from the perspective that, you know what I mean? That's why I don't like to use the term Lord when it comes to the Most High, because it's reducing him to some of those other titles. But from that perspective, to your point, right? Landlord, right? Like you said, you had to have what? Land, but it was also a political title.
Right. The other question I have for you, when you talked about the three kings, Israel, Judah, and Edom, so right off the bat, the thing that the three have in common is, and correct me if I'm wrong, is that they are melanated people. So when you mention about this whole thing about change, we know that at the beginning, the middle, and at the end, it's always about coming after the melanated person of God. So when you mention about the three kings, I guess whomever they're coming after are melanated people.
And see,
is that
yeah,
good?
Because when you think about Esau, right, and one of the misnomers when people say about Esau, right, they think that Esau was this red bone, because we think of we add a modern appearance to him and say, hey, Esau, if he was black, he was light skinned, he was a red bone. That's not what ruddy means. And when you study, when you look at lentils does not look like light skin. True lentils look like dark, you know what I mean? Dark skin, right? So a source that I normally pull up, let me see if I can pull it up real quick for those that are watching, because I know you know this, but I just want to, for those that may be watching for the first time, I want them to understand about Esau. Let me pull this up here. Let's see. I think it's this one right here. And I just want to read this source. I read it all the time, but let me just do it again for those that are watching. All right, let me see if I could get to it.
Well, don't many believe that Esau is the Europeans?
Yeah. So if they, and this is where the contradiction is. If you're saying that Esau is the Europeans, right, then you're saying that the Europeans are Hebrews.
Which they're not.
You see where I'm going at with it, right? Because what many would teach out of context is that word ruddy. They think that ruddy means white, and it doesn't mean white. That's what the problem is. And that's why I want to, let me bring this up here real quick. Let's just deal with the word ruddy real quick. Right now, for those that are watching, I want to make sure you guys see this. This is the International Standard Bible Encyclopedia 1915. Right? Notice what it says about ruddy. Right? It says here, ruddy is the form taken by the adjective red when used as a term of praise of the human skin. And this is its use in the Bible. Right? The dark-skinned Hebrews found great beauty in a clear complexion. So all this is saying, when you see ruddy, is saying that he had a clear complexion. He didn't have no blemishes in his skin because he was hairy all over, usually hairy. So you had Jacob, who don't have hair, but Esau had hair. So what they're stressing is that there was no defects in his skin for him to be so hairy. But you notice what I just read: the dark-skinned Hebrews found great beauty, and this is up under ruddy. So even in the medical field, rosy is still describing the healthiness of the skin. So it's not what many have made it into, because now when you say Esau is the white man per se, now you're saying all the white people are Hebrews. And the scripture says don't abhor Esau, because the Edomites, because he's your brother. Now we got a problem right there. How can the Romans, how can the Greeks, how can basically, who is Japheth then? If Japheth is supposed to be the father of the Caucasian, so to speak, the Caucasian come through Japheth. Not saying Japheth was a Caucasian, because he wasn't, but you know, that's a whole nother discussion. But how can he be Esau at the same time? Because what many would teach is like, oh, it's this universal twin, that one was black, one was white. It had nothing to do with their skin complexion inside the womb. It had everything to do with their characteristics. That's why it says two manners, two nations, two manners, a man or order of people. You had one that is this way and one that is this way. It was dealing with their characteristics. And it bled over when they came out of the womb, because Jacob was holding on to the heels of Esau. But great question.
Those were the only two things. And like I said, I thought you were saying that you're going to do a piece on salvation, but and because I feel as though it's important, because even for myself, you know, I've heard that phrase, once saved, always saved, or you know, even though I don't believe in the virgin birth, it doesn't affect my salvation. And I just feel as though that none of that is true, because then it just makes you no different than the world. You know, there has to be and I know either when your Maccabees and your Christmas presentation, it talks about, hey, the whole reason why with the Maccabee War and the Spanish Inquisition is the Jews were celebrating the Saturday Shabbat, and you know, they weren't eating pork. I mean, there were other things that they did, but they wanted them to stop doing things that please the Most High and be more like that, be of the world. And so if we're going to be like the world, then there's no distinguish. And God says that my people are distinguished.
Yeah, absolutely. There's a distinction. And again, And I wanted to say to those that's in the comment section, I just gave you source, and please go watch the lesson that I did, Anything But the Negroes. Because if even after I have this source up and some of you guys are still saying it means that Esau was light with freckles as far as ruddy, then that's just disregarding scholarship. That's disregarding the facts that you have right in front of you. And this is what we cannot do. You know, we tend to want to hold on to what we want to hold on to. Ruddy does not mean light skin with freckles. Ruddy does not mean of a lighter hue. I just gave clarity, especially when you understand the territory of where they lived in. Right? They lived in one of the hottest places in the world. You know, it's biblically and it is historically documented that it's almost impossible in the original Jericho for someone that had no melanin in their skin to live in that area. Because when you understand albinism, that means that they have issues with heat. That means they have issues with bright light. That means that Esau could not have been a skilled hunter out in the field if he was albinism or if he was in this real lighter hue like many are saying he was. He was out in the sun all the time. Anyway, I'm sorry.
You know, the first show that I appeared with you, and I had mentioned the phrase defragment, and you laughed because you're a geek person, so you understood when I said defrag. And when you see people make comments of that nature, it's really just because we're dealing with hundreds of years of white supremacy or Eurocentric teachings, and people just have to, I know it's hard. It's like, you know, it's hard to break a bad habit, that you really just need to try to erase everything and start over. Because when you start over and look at your verses, even stuff that you brought up today, because it's not stuff that's talked about when you go to church. So you have to really study this stuff now with someone like you, where you're helping to go through it and explain it. Because at a church, they'll just read it, but they're not really going over it and helping you to understand what it is. And, you know, it can be confusing if you don't have someone to guide you, or if you don't have I forgot the book now, but if you don't have something to break down the meaning. So, you know, that's the thing. Right now, we have to just reevaluate what we learned in the past and start over and really take our time and find good teachers like yourself who are helping to really re-understand the Bible the way it was meant to be understood.
And to your point, and I'm a pastor. I had to unlearn so much. I've always been a geek. I had to unlearn some things. I had to literally, I got stacks of books over here that I don't even bring up. I got stacks of books in my garage that I just leave in it. I mean, that's collecting dust. I had to completely let go of a lot of learned stuff, you know, church stuff, you know, and literally start over. But I didn't have the luxury of saying, hey, I'm going to step down and do it in the process. I did all of this while pastoring. So, and I repented to the people for some of the things that I had to, you know, go back and reteach. You know, some things, I'm not going to say all things I was in left field, but just even to your point, dealing with salvation. You know, even though I didn't teach the once saved, always saved, but I wasn't teaching the law, statutes, and commandments. So if I'm not teaching law, statutes, and commandments, I'm not teaching what it truly means to be saved, because that's part of the requirements, no matter how we slice it and dice it. So really appreciate it, my brother. I know we got a few others here that is waiting fast. Nickel, any other comments you want to wrap up with, and also give a garbage can with?
I know there's other people waiting, so I want to give them their fair due because it is late.
Okay. Hey, I love you, my brother. Appreciate you. Who do you want to throw in the garbage can?
Oh man, there was so I want to throw in the garbage can all those who intentionally. I don't want to say unintentionally. I'd rather say intentionally are lying to us, to allow us not to try to keep us from our true worth, our true meaning, and our true calling.
Absolutely. I agree with you. Identity thieves, the whole nine. I'm throwing them all in the garbage can with you. I agree with you.
Amen, and thank you. I look forward to your next teaching.
Amen. Appreciate you, my brother. I may try to do some tomorrow, Saturday night. If I'll see how I'm feeling after tonight, but I'll let you know. You guys will see it for sure. All right, but love you, my brother. Have a blessed remainder of the night. Get some rest, and until we meet again.
Amen. Shalom.
Shalom. Mr. Pirate Brain, and then we got Victor Wheatley, and then we'll wrap up with Don.
Shalom, brother.
Shalom to you. How are you?
I'm doing well today. It was a very enlightening, I don't know if you would call it sermon, but, I was listening to two other people besides you. One was when you had that, the pastor of the Hebrew Israelite church that was supporting Kyrie Irving, had him on, and I was listening to Sister Deborah. She put out a video today, and I'm confused because the pastor that you had on, he was saying, yeah, the Mexicans, the Native Americans, he was saying all of us.
What pastor said that?
I forget his name, the one that was on that was at the Barclay Center.
No, he never been on here.
He wasn't on here?
No, he's never been on here.
I thought you had him on here. Maybe I'm mistaken. But anyway, I did see him though, and he said he was saying that all of them were Israelites. The Native Americans and the Mexicans, right? So then Sister Deborah said that no, none of them are Native Israelites, and she put that video out today, as a matter of fact. So I'm curious about it because people I've been respecting the word they're saying, it's almost like it's three different ways of looking at it. And I wanted to know where you stood on that.
Yeah, as I mentioned earlier, for me, I'm not an advocate of the 12 tribes chart. Even an elder from that group that many of these camps extend from literally said that they made it up. Right? They made it up, but I don't get involved with it with that chart. Now I will say this, right? It is documented proof that some of the Native Americans spoke Hebrew, wrote Hebrew, culture and behaviors were Hebrew, right? And that's why I keep bringing up James Adair, because that was one of the ones that I read years ago, and I used some of his references in some of my teachings, right? But does that mean that all the Native Americans here are Israel? And I forgot what tribe that they point them to. We can't say that. Like I gave an example about Puerto Rico. You can't say that. You can't say that about Cubana. You can't. All of us came off the same slave ships, right? And we ended up in different ports, right? And when we look at Mexicans. We cannot say all the Mexicans are Israel because they're not. You have Negroes that are in Mexico. There's a community right now that's being discriminated in Mexico, look like you and I. We can say that, yes, some of them ended up in Mexico, but we cannot say all of them are Mexican. We do have to keep in mind, too, Israelites wasn't the only ones that was scattering. You know what I mean? We can't just say it was only the Israelites that was traveling all around the world or being scattered around the world, because we do know that, hey, some other Hebrews were making trips over here. Mansa Musa, he's a Muslim. He's an Arab, a Muslim, right? He worshiped Islam. Can we say that he was an Israelite? He had Hebrew slaves, Israelite slaves. So I'm just saying all of that to say that, there's some components, a certain component that I could say is plausible from a perspective of some of the Native Americans being the Aboriginals being Hebrew, but I'm not going to say all of them are Hebrew and this is the tribe that they're from. I'm not going to say that. I can't use a broad statement and say all the Mexicans are from this tribe when I know that that's not true. Because then that's saying the Aztecs and all those guys, when we start getting past Mexico, we getting down to Brazil and all those areas. Now we saying that they're Israelites too. We just cannot do that. Especially when you start understanding the history. I got documents I could pull up right now showing, like I said, the Marranos, who were on a slave ship that crashed in Mexico, and the Mexicans were being was racist towards them. There a history of the Mexicans being racist towards people that look like you and I.
Yeah, because I noticed ever since we've been pushing and getting some traction on the reparations issue, all of a sudden I see them posting videos claiming, oh, my great-great-grandmother was a slave. So all of a sudden, these Caucasian people are claiming themselves as being the bloodline of the slaves, not just the Israelites, but they want to claim that they were the bloodline of the slaves here in America, that they had some black in them, because they think that we're going to get paid.
Well, see, that's how many of them did with the Native Americans. Right. That's how they managed. When I say they, the Europeans managed to go from being pilgrims, so to speak, to being on the council.
Right.
This is where you get the term $5 Indian from. They were purchasing their identities. Then they got on the council and they were their proven authority. Denying, many from being officially declared to be part of whatever tribe. My great-grandmother, full-blooded, right? Documented. And they were giving her all kinds of problems, and I had problems trying to, because they have a rule where, so if she's full-blooded, my great-grandmother was full-blooded, which means my grandmother would be considered 50%. My father would be considered a quarter. I would be considered an eighth. My daughters would be considered a 16th. So with that being said, we're supposed to go to school for free. We're supposed to have certain benefits given, but I had to go through so many problems trying to even utilize that. So I just said, forget it.
Yeah, because they were saying you had to be at least 25% Native American in order to receive those benefits.
Well, now they're saying it, but it was like 5 generations. Up to a 16.
Right.
So yeah, you know how it goes. They have all kinds of things that are out there that we just don't want, to always circumvent the system. But again, to your point, that's what they're going to do. They're going to make sure that when reparations come into play, you're going to have people saying, look, I'm darker than the brown paper bag. Because remember, the brown paper bag was for them to prove that they weren't us. But hey, if they talking
Yeah.
about giving out that type of money, that's been a concern of mine, is how people are going to start pretending to be who's who to try to get resources.
Right. It's gonna be difficult for them, because then all of a sudden they have to start treating us as equals, because how are you going to be us and be treating us a certain kind of way? You know?
Man, they were still treating the Native Americans with cruelty, even though they purchased their identity, purchased their Indian heritage. They were still treating them like trash. You know, when you study the history about what happened, so that's not going to matter for us how they treat us, but they'll do whatever they have to do to
to get the bag,
get the money. Yeah. So anything else you want to highlight? Because I know it's getting late for me. I got to get ready to wrap up.
No, that was pretty much it. I mean, I was just concerned about the what I had mentioned to you earlier. So that's about it. And
I appreciate it, my brother. Hey, anyone?
Thanks for having me on.
Can. You got the garbage can.
Yeah, I want to throw in the garbage can any fake people that want to claim our heritage in order to get paid if we do get reparations. I want them to go in the garbage can, and not just because of reparations, just because of stealing our identity.
Absolutely.
And then claiming that we can't be a part of our own identity.
Hey, that's the way they do it. Remember that word diverse, right? That's the key attribute of this beast. So we covered it earlier. So, but I appreciate it, my brother. Let me give the garbage can to them who.
Thanks for having me on. I appreciate it.
I'm mine. All right, Victor, we got you up next, and Don, I'm gonna let you go last, but I'm gonna have Threat to what is that? Threat Us, who's gonna go afterwards. Don, I'm gonna save you for last. All right, Victor, what you got?
Total regard to you, sir.
Hey, how are you?
Fine,
Shout
fine.
out to you as well.
Cynthia McKinney was the person you were talking about in Georgia.
What's that now?
The Congresswoman, Cynthia McKinney.
Cynthia McKinney, that's her name?
I think that's where you were going with that.
Yeah, yeah. Let me look her up, because a lot of people don't know about her, and it's been years.
Oh, it's a lot about that. A lot out there on that. Real quick, I know we're running late here. When you talk about time and law, the Black Law Dictionary, the free white person, give you to clear up a lot of that legalism that we're facing. But it's the Black Law Dictionary. I know you put me on it, and I believe you did.
Yeah, it's a lot in there. It's a lot that you can extract out of. Yeah, I use
it. So much you can extract from that. But like I said, I'm here with this, the critical race theory. That's our problem. Replacement theology, successor. That's what they're basically doing.
Yeah.
The CRT. I'm from Mississippi. The governor. It's law. So I'm from that. All that. I'm from all that. I'm a civil rights baby, as they would say. 1960. And what you finding also, what's going on in Israel, Netanyahu, prime minister. If you're following that, the new government, and they're going to be very radical. And you see what they're doing already. They bombed Syria. So it's on. So that's all I had. We're running late. You can comment on either one of those things. I just had some comments. And life is a series of adjustments and readjustments. And that's what we're doing.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, hey, my brother, I really appreciate you jumping on here and sharing that information. And even with the senator, that's her. I was just looking it up while you were speaking, and I saw some of her old videos.
Yeah,
that's her. That's her. Forced to sign pledge to support Israel, and she exposed that. Really appreciate it. I'm gonna make a note of that. and show that next time we come together. But anyone you want to throw in the garbage can before we wrap up?
Replacement theology. Whoever's encouraging replacement theology, can them.
And you know what's unfortunate? It's so many tentacles to the replacement theology that many people not even aware, because some people actually think that covenant theology and replacement theology are different. And actually, replacement theology comes through covenant theology.
Yeah.
You know, but you hit it on the nail. So I'm gonna give them a garbage can here. And I really appreciate you, my brother. And we'll do this again soon. I'm trying to debate if I'm gonna do it Saturday night. So if I am here Saturday night, feel free to jump on. Okay.
Yeah, it was my first time. I've been listening to you a while. A friend of mine introduced me to you, and I can say you have increased my research. And I'm a researcher anyway, but I thank you very much for that.
And likewise, thank you for the love and support. And if there's any special teachings you want me to do, feel free to send me a request, okay?
Take care, my brother.
All right. Love you, man. Shalom and shalom. All right. Threat to us, or threat us. I keep saying threat to us.
That is fine. Shalom, shalom. I'll be quick because I know it's late. I just had a quick question because I thought I had the whole lineage of Esau figured out, like from doing some research on my own, and then tonight kind of threw me off. But I wanted to ask you, so when it comes to, because I know some things that I have been looking up, it says that Esau and Rome were together. They mixed and they became one pretty much. So is that, even though I know Esau was the brother of Jacob, and I know that he started off as a black man, so I know that, but I'm trying to understand, like, did his seed, like meaning his descendants, did they mix with them and become one, or are they still a people?
Now, when you study, have you studied King Herod in that whole time frame?
I'm still actually in the mix of doing that. I haven't completed it, but that's why I guess there's some confusion there for me.
Yeah,
so I'm trying to understand.
When you study King Herod, when you study that whole timeline, there was always a distinction. You know, now the Herodians, right, starting with Herod, his father, Antipater, had a relationship with the Romans, but there was still a distinction made between the two. One thing you'll study about, one key thing that you study about Esau's descendants always made agreements to circumvent the judgments of the Most High. They made pacts with other groups. So when you study about the Herodians, right, you'll see that starting with King Herod married the Hashmoneans' sister or daughter. I can't remember off the top of my head. That's how he got access to Judah. I mean, the temple, right? That's how he got access. But then when you study Hyrcanus was the one that allowed the Edomites to dwell among them. You couldn't tell the difference between, the Romans could not tell the difference between the Edomites and the Israelites. There was still the Edomites had, and it's called Idumea, which was just south of Udea. You see that they had their own territory that they dwelt in. When the Romans, when you really study that whole diaspora, when you study Josephus, the Romans kicked everybody out. They were going in on everybody. So again, when you even study, I got to pull up the source. I do it another time when we do this. When we talk more about the Jews as we know them. But in the source, it even talks about how the Jews converted. Right, these guys converted by way of embracing the Edomites. So again, did some of them mesh with the Romans? Absolutely. Just like Israel had, did the same thing, but not all of them did.
Okay, and the last question would be, so for the scripture for Jeremiah 49:10, when he says that the what does he say? Their seed is spoiled. However, he is not something. Let me see. But I
Jeremiah,
have
what
made
scripture
Esau
again?
bare. I have uncovered his secret places, and he shall not be able to hide himself. His seed is spoiled, and his brethren and his neighbors, and he is not. So
And
what
again,
exactly is he meaning right there?
Esau always had a way of circumventing and betraying Israel.
Okay, so with that, okay.
Yeah,
I
mean,
see.
even when I talked about the three kings,
Right.
right? Remember when they went against Moab, right?
Mm-hmm.
After all of that, guess what happened? Esau betrayed Jacob.
Gotcha. Okay.
Esau betrayed Israel, the northern kingdom and southern kingdom. Also, thus fulfilling what Isaac said to Esau. He said that his descendants was going to be subjected to to Israel, to Jacob's descendants, but he said that there was going to come a point in time he was going to break loose of it.
Okay, I do remember that. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
So, but you'll see that Esau, when you really study Esau entered in a number of agreements to go against Israel, to circumvent Israel. So that's what it's talking about. Because remember when you get to Malachi, how the Esau, the reason why the Most High looked at Esau as being an adversary is because he said, I hated Esau. I hate Esau.
Right.
Because Esau, right, threatened to kill Jacob. Jacob is the progenitor of the promised seed, which is the Messiah, the blessing. So when he threatened to kill Jacob, he actually was threatening to kill the Messiah, the seed, the bloodline.
And that's when I got it. Okay.
So, and you'll see the word Shatan, which transliterates to Satan. So Esau was operating of the spirit of Shatan. So that's why when you see the Messiah said, I know who your father is. Your father is who? Shatan.
Got it.
Because they wanted to kill the Messiah. So they were operating in that same spirit of Esau, right? Who threatened to kill the promise. So Esau, his seeds were spoiled. Why? Because they always found a way to circumvent the judgment. And I did a series, and I may do it on here, showing different areas in Scripture where Esau always found a way to betray Israel.
Okay, and I'm gonna check that out too. Okay. That is all I needed to know. Clear up some confusion. I thank you so much. I appreciate it.
I appreciate it as well. Hey, anyone you want to throw in the garbage can?
Can we throw the whole charade in the garbage can? This whole altered world they've created. Throw that in there.
Isn't it amazing all the stuff that you start seeing that, man, almost like a Matrix experience?
As you say, it's so deep. It's so deep. I learn something new continuously every day, and it's just it astounds me. It really does. It really does.
And I'm gonna tell you, when I was preparing this lesson, when I was going back and reading Daniel, I was like, wait a minute, I know wait a minute, this can't be right. Wait a minute. When I paid attention to the word saying that he was going to be diverse, I was like, well, wait a minute. And then he's going to subdue the three kings. Just those two things alone had me. I was like, man, I got to update my presentations. I had to do it on the fly.
And look, now I'm going to go back in because I'm like, I've read this a million times, but now I'm going to go back, and rightfully, divide the word. So I thank you for this because now I have more things I need to, definitely research and look into because my mind was blown. So I definitely appreciate it.
And appreciate you. Did you ever go down to visit Apostle Curtis?
I have not just yet. I have not, but I do plan on doing so. I'm trying to get some family members to actually go with me. So we're going to make it, though. We're going to make it.
Okay. Well, appreciate it, sis. We're going to give a garbage can right now, especially to all the crazy stuff that we have been taught. But we're going to
Yes.
give it a garbage can right now to all that foolishness. So thank you, sis, and have a blessed Shabbat.
You
And
too.
you
Thank
know, I
you.
normally would try to go live, but I can't do it because our cameras is not functioning right now. So
Oh no,
far,
you're good.
I got
Thank
to
you
set
so
everything
much.
up. So we'll get back up within the next week.
Thank you.
All right. Have a blessed morning, because man, I didn't realize it's almost 4 a.m.
I know, kept y'all late. Y'all do too. Thank you so much.
All right. All right. Love you, sis. Have a good one. All right, brother Don, you're gonna close this out. You're gonna be the last one. Saved you for last.
You know what it is, Doc. You know what it do. I love you. This is my pastor right here on the realms of the revelations of what's happening and what's going on. And if our people don't really understand it, then I don't know what to tell them. We are in an out and out war. And why they don't realize that we're in a war is because we're in a soft war. The bullets that are being launched are not, they don't take the major toll like in war that you see, like, you know, with Russia and Ukraine. Those are real wars with real bullets and real people are dying, but they don't understand the warfare that we're dealing with right now that has real spiritual bullets and real spiritual deaths in what we're dealing with right now. Pastor, you are speaking in a level of truth that, I'm sorry, Christians can't understand. And I had been thinking about some scriptures that you were speaking about earlier, but because of me just even trying to get in, because you're like, okay, he's in, he's out. This is what the principality of the air does, because the Most High will give us a clear concept in terms of what we are to convey to our brothers and sisters on these various different platforms. But then the enemy will come in and mix up what he has the ability to mix up, which is this air. Realize, brothers and sisters, that what we speak travels through the airwaves. And this is what the enemy uses. The enemy also uses the airwaves to manipulate the mindset of our children, if you will. That 808 that hits on the music they listen to, that resonates within a certain chakra of their spiritual being.
Mm-hmm.
Doc knows what I'm talking about. See, that's
Oh,
why I
yeah.
said, mm-hmm.
Oh, yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And
So
remember, Kanye West also exposed that as well.
yeah, exactly. And you know, man, I don't even want to go into my background with the entertainment industry because I was
Yeah, I've been there. I had to walk away from it myself.
I was out with Kanye before Kanye was Kanye. When Kanye was college dropout, I was with Kanye. So Beyonce, Jay-Z, all them, Doc, we can get into that later. As a matter of fact, we can do some specials with that later. But family, I didn't get off the drift. I love y'all. And what Doc was talking about earlier was like Don P's trying to get in. That's the airwaves. And they will cause confusion for us where we even lose our main point on what we were going to say that was going to edify our brother and lift up the Most High in that whole thing. Because what our brother was speaking was the truth, right? And then since our brother what he was speaking was the truth, that lifts up the Most High. I see this warfare that we have right now. It is only us against them. And if y'all don't understand who them is who's running everything. And it's us against them. And that's what the word says. And so you have to understand who the them is so that you can engage. Because you coming against people that look like me, people that look like Doc Kelly, that's you're not warring accordingly. I don't even know how to state that, Doc. I don't even know how to state that because we're done. The times are done. The lines are being drawn. The Most High is doing what he's doing. Things are wrapping up, and I don't know what else to say. I got to let it at that because you've already said everything you said. I said what I said, and it's lights out. Brothers and sisters, listen, you're either going to be with this world or you're going to be with the Most High. You have he gives you the privilege of making the choice about who you're going to serve. And as for me and my house, I'm going to serve the Most High. And I'll land the plane there, Doc. Love you, baby.
Hey, love you as well, man. Hey, before you go, who you want to throw in the garbage can? I appreciate you for watching the presentation. I'm going to try to give me a couple of Z's before I get up because I still got to get up early. So I'm going to try to catch me some Z's. But who do you want to throw in the garbage can? And thank you again for the love and support. And I know I went geek mode. I got the whole lesson in, but I know I went geek mode. I hope this gives a lot to go off of.
I love when you go geek mode. Stay geek mode, baby. Stay geek mode because in the geek mode, you stay true. You don't care about what society says. You care about what the Most High says. Your geek mode is the Most High's mode. So you stay there. How about that? Trash can. I know who I want to throw into the trash can, but I wanted to say something before I threw his ass in the trash can. And I wanted to say something positive to the nation and to our people. Doc, I love you. Keep coming in late. I'm going to be with you. I need to talk to you because I'm going to be with you on this West Coast late thing. Because, we have to edify our people globally. This don't shut down when the East Coast people shut down. So, I love you for being here on the late night for us on these, bruh. They be scouring the YouTube streets looking for Tube on the late night truth. And you and I are gonna have to be that, because I'm straight up West Side. Hey, I'm up early. I need to talk to you. So we'll do that later. Garbage can. You know, I'm always throw that little bastard from the ADL in the garbage
Can't
can.
can't curse,
I'm
man.
sorry. I'm sorry, Doc. I'm sorry. That's just how I feel.
I got
I'm gonna throw that cat from the ADL in the garbage can, but I want my people do this. Do a history on the ADL, and at the same time do a history on the NAACP, and see what the Historia reveals to you. So let's put that little bald head cat in the garbage can.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
Doc, I love you, man. I can't wait to we gonna team up. We definitely gonna team up in this. The 23 is gonna be crazy. You're gonna see all kind of branches of Yasharel coming together. From you know, the scriptural teaching side, the health and wellness and living side, how we should, you know, be living, to further help to elongate our lives and even our strengths. Because when you look at somebody like Caleb, he said, I'm ready to take this mountain. Well, that's how we should be. And you know what? The Most High gave us the prescription to live to be able to do that. I'm gonna get off of here because I can run my mouth, and you know that. But I want to get with you, brother. I want to get with you and put you with some other ministers, so that we can build that fortification of strength and get our people off this death train and get them onto the life train, so that we can live, so that we can be a nation, so that when the Most High calls us to take our nation, we can do that. And folks saying to me, hold up, my cataracts.
Hey, Don,
So I love you, Doc.
you
We'll talk that later.
Yeah, I was about to say, man,
You
you
don't
know
have
how
to
we
cut
about
me
to.
off. You don't have to cut me off. You don't have to cut me off, because I know when to get off. I know when to get off.
But yeah, we'll connect. I'll be back online probably tomorrow.
Okay. Hey, Doc, one thing before I go, before we connect, I just want you to check this out for yourself, so you kind of get an underdig. Check out the Minister of Wellness. That's our Hebrew brother, you know, straight up. In you work out of a certain level of auspices, of credentials and understanding. And those of us who are wise, we do understand where you come from, and we give you respect. What I want to say is this: I'm never gonna speak on anyone that would be under the level of where you are. Credentials, auspices, and respect. So if I speak on somebody and I call them minister, I call you my pastor. If I speak on them as minister, they got something to say. So we're going to do this. I'm going to put you together with the minister, brother, because here's the deal: you need the army, and I'm gonna land my plane there. I don't know if that made sense to anybody. I don't. You know what? I really don't even care because I know it made sense to you.
Yeah, but hey, man, gotta go. Love you, but I'll be back online. Not tonight. I'm gonna get me some sleep. But I got a few hours that I got to get me some sleep. You know what I mean? But really appreciate you, Don, and we'll connect soon. But my information is on the screen, my email and everything. But feel free to reach out to me offline.
All right, Doc. Love you, man. Get your sleep.
All right.
Get your sleep, baby. Get renewed.
All right. Love you, man. Talk to you later.
All right, bro.
All right. Shalom. All right, family. In the words of Moses, as he encouraged Israel, he when they was dealing with a situation when they had the Egyptians behind them and the waters, the opposition in front of them, Moses, under the encouragement, under the instructions of the Most High, according to Exodus chapter 14, verse 13 and 14, he said to them, "Fear ye not, stand still and see the salvation of Yahweh." These Egyptians, these strongholds, these things that you see here today, you will never have to deal with it again. The Most High will fight for you. But here's the kicker. You have to hold your peace. Can't go back. Can't stay here. Keep moving forward. Shalom.
Listen, Genesis chapter 11, verse 10 explains the genealogy of Shem. Shem was a black man in Africa. If you repeat this back, Genesis 14, verse 13, Abraham steps on the scene. Being a descendant of Shem, which is a fact, means Abraham too was black. Abraham, born in the city of a black man, called Nimrod, grandson of Ham. Ham had 4 sons. One was named Canaan. Here, let me do some explaining. Abraham, Isaac was the... Jacob had 12 sons, for real, and these were the children of Israel. According to Genesis chapter 10, these were the children of Israel. According to Genesis chapter 10, these...
Somebody better call